sleep on that, 'cause I've got a plan. You're beautiful, you're beautiful, you're beautiful, it's true. I saw a crowded place, and I don't know what to do, 'cause I'll never be with you. Yes, she caught my eye as we walked on by. She could see from my face that I was flying high, and I don't think that I'd see her again. But we shared a moment that will last to the end. You're beautiful, you're beautiful, you're beautiful, it's true. I saw your face in a crowded place, and I don't know what to do, 'cause I'll never be with you. La da da, la da da, la da 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 da. You're beautiful, you're beautiful, you're beautiful, it's true. There must be an angel with a smile on her face when she thought up that I should be with you. But it's time to face the truth. I will never be with you. Hey Jude, don't make it bad. Take a sad song and make it better. Remember to let her into your heart, then you can start to make it better. Hey Jude, don't be afraid. You were made to go out and get her. The minute you let her under your skin, then you begin to make it better. And anytime you feel the pain, hey Jude, refrain. Don't carry the world upon your shoulders. For well you know that it's a fool who plays it cool by making his world a little colder. Hey Jude, don't let me down. You have found her, now go and get her. Remember to let her into your heart, then you can start to make it better. So let it out and let it in. Hey Jude, begin. You're waiting for someone to perform with. And don't you know that it's just you? Hey Jude, you do Hey Jude, don't make it bad. Take a sad song and make it better. Remember to let her under your skin. Then you begin to make it better. Don't you worry about what's on your mind, woman. I'm in a hurry, I can take my time, woman. I'm going red and my tongue's getting tied. I'm off my head and my mouth getting dry. I'm high, but I try, woman. Let's spend the night together. Now I need you more than ever. Let's spend the night together now. Na, 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 na. I feel so strong that I can't disguise, woman. But I just can't apologize, oh no. Don't hang me up and don't let me down. We could have fun just grooving around and round and round and oh mama. Let's spend the night together. Now I need you more than ever. Let's spend the night together now. Let's spend the night together. Now I need you more than ever. Let's spend the night together now. You know I'm smiling, baby. You need some guiding, baby. I'm just deciding, baby, now. Let's spend the night together. Now I need you more than ever. Let's spend the night together now. This doesn't happen to me every day, woman. No excuse offered anyway, woman. I'll satisfy your every need. And now I know you'll satisfy me, oh mama. Sometimes I get a feeling I was back in your days long ago, when we were kids, when we were young. Things seemed so perfect, you know. The days were endless, we were crazy, we were young. The sun was always shining, we just lived for fun. Sometimes it seems like lately I just don't know. The rest of my life's been just a show. 'Cause those were the days of our lives. The bad things in life were so few. Those days are all gone now, but one thing is true. When I look and I find I still love you. You can't turn back the clock, can't turn back the tide. Ain't that a shame? I like to go back one time on a roller coaster ride, when life was just a game. No use in sitting thinking of what you did, when you can lay back and enjoy it through your kids. Sometimes it seems like lately I just don't know. Better sit back and go with the flow. 'Cause these are the days of our lives. They've flown in the swiftness of time. These days are all gone now, but some things remain. When I look and I find no change.
All that you can say. Years gone by and still words don't come easily, like sorry, sorry, forgive me, is all that you can say. Years gone by and still words don't come easily, like forgive me, forgive me. But you can say, baby, baby, can I hold you tonight? Maybe if I told you the right words at the right time, you'd be mine. I love you is all that you can't say. Years gone by and still words don't come easily, like I love you, I love you. But you can say, baby, baby, can I hold you tonight? Baby, if I told you the right words at the right time, you'd be mine. Baby, can I hold you tonight? Maybe if I told you.
Folk culture is a crucial part of our individual identity. It greatly influences
while you were sleeping, while you far away and dreaming. I could spend my life in this sweet surrender. I could stay lost in this moment forever. Every moment spent with you is a moment I treasure. Don't wanna close my eyes, don't wanna fall asleep, 'cause I'd miss you, babe, and I don't wanna miss a thing. 'Cause even when I dream of you, the sweetest dream will never do. I'd still miss you, babe, and I don't wanna miss a thing. Lying close to you, feeling your heart beating, and I'm wondering what you're dreaming, wondering if it's me you're seeing. Then I kiss your eyes and thank God we're together, yeah. I just wanna stay with you in this moment forever, forever and ever. I don't wanna close my eyes, don't wanna fall asleep, 'cause I'd miss you, babe, and I don't wanna miss a thing. 'Cause even when I dream of you, the sweetest dream will never do. I'd still miss you, babe, and I don't wanna miss a thing. I don't wanna miss one smile, I don't wanna miss one kiss. I just wanna be with you, right here with you, and just like this. I just wanna hold you close, feel your heart so close to mine, and just stay here in this moment for all the rest of time. I don't wanna close my eyes, might still miss you, babe. And I don't wanna miss a thing. I don't wanna close my eyes. I don't wanna fall asleep, 'cause I'd miss you, babe. And I don't wanna miss a thing, 'cause even when I dream of you.
Pode ir. Senhoras e senhores, nós vamos iniciar.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Vocês podem colocar os microfones, ok? Os microfones de ouvido. Ok? Tá bem? Estão localizados? Estão sintonizados? O que é? Tá. Todos estão sintonizados. Se alguém tiver dificuldade, já levanta o braço que vai um técnico aí com vocês, ok?
is everybody here hearing? If you need something, just tell us. We'll send a technician to help you on that.
Aqui está escrito os canais.
Here you have the channels.
Alexandre. Paula. Isso. Canal.
Paula,
Português?
channel Portuguese?
Nenhum canal. Vocês vão me ouvir.
No channel, you have to hear.
Português não tem, só tem espanhol
Portuguese, no
e
channels,
inglês.
only Spanish and
Quem
English.
entende o português não
If
precisa
you
usar o...
understand Portuguese,
Só quando
you
vier
don't need to
o
use it.
palestrante em inglês,
Only,
ok?
only if
E vai
the
ter só
speaker-
palestrantes em inglês
talk in English.
e português, tá?
The speakers will talk only in English and Portuguese.
Repetindo, todo o protocolo será em
Again,
português.
Everything will
Vai
be
ter
in
algumas
Portuguese.
palestras em
Some
inglês,
speeches will be done in
ok?
English.
Que vai ser anunciado, tá bom?
We will announce them.
Aqui, ó. Luísa, pegou deles? Vai lá. Ok. Tá bom. Isso. Ok. Eu convido vocês,
So I invite you
como parte preliminar,
as a
parte preliminar de esclarecimentos,
of
pegarem a pasta,
to get your
todos com a pasta
material.
na mão.
Everyone with this material
Okay.
in your hands, please.
Os canais da tradução são esses.
Estou aqui.
Na verdade, mas eles não enxergam. O senhor pode falar. Eles precisam sintonizar no 2 para o espanhol e no 4
Tá.
para o inglês.
O canal 2
So channel 2
é espanhol,
is
o canal
Spanish
4
one.
é
Channel
inglês.
4 is English.
É o 3?
3?
Desculpa, aqui está errado.
Sorry, we have
É
it
o
wrong
4
in
em
here.
inglês.
So it's channel 4
Tira.
for English.
Ok? Então vamos ver o material que
So
vocês
let's
têm
get
nas
the material
pastas.
that you have there
Tá? Para explicar para vocês.
to explain everything to you
É,
all.
o primeiro... Mas então tem que traduzir ao vivo. Avisa o cabeça redonda. Está. Vocês têm o primeiro documento,
So
que
you
é
have
esse
your
aqui,
first
né?
document that is this one here,
Expofest. Por
Expofest.
trás está o mapa do parque.
Behind you can find the map of
Que
the
hoje
park.
pela tarde e
that
amanhã
this afternoon
vocês
and
vão
tomorrow
ter momentos
you
livres,
have some
que daí
free
vocês
time.
podem passear no parque.
So you'll be able to
A orientação
walk
básica
through the
são as
park.
casas
The basic
típicas.
orientation
ok?
are the typical
Vocês
houses
têm aí dentro.
that you have in there.
Em segundo lugar,
Second place,
vocês têm esse aqui.
you have this one.
Esse aqui é a programação
This is the
das
agenda
apresentações
of the
culturais.
presentation, of the cultural presentation.
Vocês vão na página 3,
If you take
dia 14,
page
é
3,
hoje.
14th,
Vocês vão
today,
ter tempo livre
you have some
e vocês
you
podem
have some
olhar
free
aqui
time and you can
as
take a look at
apresentações
here
folclóricas
about the
nos dois
folklorical
palcos, os
presentation
palcos das etnias
regarding
e
two
o palco
parts.
mundo.
The
O
ethnic
palco
one
mundo, o palco das
Mundo
etnias
Park.
e logo acima
and
aqui,
the ethnical
palco
part
das etnias
is over
está
there.
escrito.
It's written in
E
there.
o palco mundo, vocês sobem na primeira
And the
rua,
Mundo stage,
dobra à direita e continua,
you
vocês
turn
vão ver
right,
lá na frente que
and
tem
then you see
cadeiras,
in front
mais ou
of it you
menos
have
400
see some
cadeiras.
chairs
Vocês
around
podem
400
apreciar
chairs,
gratuitamente
and you can
aquilo que vocês quiserem. Alguma
watch
dúvida,
everything for
vocês
free. Any
recorram
doubts?
ao pessoal aqui
You
da
just ask
recepção
the
para orientar vocês.
reception personnel for orientation.
Ok. Em terceiro lugar,
Third,
vocês peguem esse documento
please take this
que tem
document
o timbre da IOV.
and you have the
Esse
IOV
documento que tem o timbre da IOV.
stamp.
Nós temos cópia
We have-
em português
we have
e
copies
cópia
in
em
Portuguese
inglês
and in
nas
English.
caixas, tá? Sinta-se à vontade de
Feel
usar
free
um ou
to
outro.
use any of them.
Tá? Vocês vão diretos
You can go straight
na página,
to page
na
number
página 2,
pages
três,
1, 2,
quatro.
3 and 4
5. Na
and
página
5.
5 não
Actually
está.
on page 5
Ah, ok. A página. Isso. Deixa eu ver aqui.
let me see here.
Isso. Isso. Quem está em inglês, está aliás em português, na página
In
1,
Portuguese, you
2,
have page 1,
três,
2, 3,
4.
4,
Dia 14/10.
October 14th.
Tá? Então ali está a programação
So
que
there
nós
you have
vamos
the agenda
desenvolver
that we're
hoje
going
e
to
amanhã.
develop today
Ok?
and tomorrow.
Depois vocês têm outro
Then you have
documento
another document
que é informações gerais sobre Ijuí.
which is general information about
Aqui vocês
Ijuí.
têm alguns dados
You
sobre
have some
Ijuí
data,
e vocês têm
about
inclusive
Ijuí,
telefone da rodoviária
including some phones from the bus
e outros
station
serviços de saúde.
and other.
Se alguém tomar
health
demais
services.
vinho, coisa parecida, pode ir direto lá no
If
hospital.
you drink
Tá?
too much wine, you can go straight to the
Vamos
hospital.
lá. Depois, vocês
Then-
têm uma síntese da programação
You
da
have
área
a
internacional.
summarize of
Em
the
português
international area
e em
agenda
inglês.
in Portuguese and in English.
Ok? Depois, vocês têm também em
You
português
also have in
e em
Portuguese
inglês
and in English
uma folha que fala da produção intelectual e
a
acadêmica.
sheet that talks about academic,
Aqui
intellectual.
vocês têm, não sei
production.
quem conseguiu ler,
If you could read
vocês têm
You
tem 8 textos
8
em
texts
português e
in
inglês,
Portuguese and in English
basicamente sobre o movimento das
Basically,
etnias de Ijuí,
on Ijuí
ok? Que era a
ethnical
leitura preliminar para participar aqui do
association. It
evento.
was a preliminary lesson for you guys to be part of this event.
Eu gostaria agora de compor a mesa,
So I would like to
ok?
call
Para nós começarmos os nossos
people that
trabalhos.
are going to be here with
Em
me in the
primeiro
table,
lugar,
so we can
eu quero
start.
chamar o
First of all, I'd like
representante do
to call
prefeito,
the
o
city
secretário de
major
planejamento
representative,
da prefeitura de
the
Ijuí,
planning secretary of
o nosso
Ijuí City Hall,
secretário,
our secretary Ortiz,
o Francisco Ortiz.
Francisco
Schroeder.
Ortiz Schroeder.
Ok? Em segundo lugar,
So, secondly,
eu gostaria de convidar
I'd like to invite
o Dr. Fabrizio Cattaneo,
Professor Fabrizio Cattaneo,
secretário-geral da UIB,
General Secretary of
Itália,
IOV from Italy,
que está conosco,
which is here with us,
também para fazer parte da mesa.
also to be part of the table.
Uma pessoa muito tímida, fala pouco.
He's really shy, doesn't talk too much.
Muito bom. Bem-vindo,
Welcome,
Dr. Fabrício. Uma
Professor
grande honra.
Fabrizio. It's a great
Essa
honor.
autoridade máxima aqui
It's a
do
maximum
evento.
authority here
Okay.
at this meeting.
Gostaria de chamar também
I
o
would
nosso presidente
like to
da
also
IOV
call
América,
the president of
executivo
IOV
da
America,
presidente da IOV Brasil, e executivo
Brazil
da
IOV President,
Américas,
executive of
o
IOV
Antônio
Americas,
Vieira da Silva.
Antônio Vieira da Silva.
Popular Clerto,
Also known as Klepto.
ok? Eu gostaria de chamar
I
também
would like
a
to
nossa professora, a doutora Lívia,
invite Professor
Vogue.
Livian Vogue.
coordenadora da Comissão Pedagógica
He
da IOV
coordinates pedagogical
Brasil e América, para
coordination
fazer parte da mesa
of IOV
também,
Brazil to be part of the table.
ok? E agora eu convido vocês
And now
né,
I
para nós
invite
ouvirmos
you
o nosso hino
to stand
nacional.
up to hear our national anthem.
Ouvirão do Ipiranga as margens plácidas de um povo heróico brado retumbante e o sol da liberdade, raios fúlgidos, brilho no céu da pátria nesse instante. Se o penhor dessa igualdade
Brasil, um sonho intenso, raio vívido de amor e de esperança, a terra desce. Sim, teu formoso céu risonho e límpido, a imagem do cruzeiro resplandece, gigante pela própria natureza. És belo, és forte, impávido, colosso, e o teu futuro espelha essa grandeza. Terra dourada, entre outras mil és tu, Brasil, ó pátria amada. Dos filhos deste solo és mãe gentil, pátria amada, Brasil.
eternamente nesse esplêndido, ao som do mar e a luz do céu profundo. Curas ao Brasil, florando a América, iluminado ao sol do novo mundo. Do que a terra mais garrida, teus e sonhos lindos campos têm mais flores. Nossos bosques têm mais vida, nossa vida no teu seio mais amores. Ó pátria amada, idolatrada, salve-salve. Brasil de amor eterno, seja símbolo, lava-lutos, tendas estrelado, vestido verde ouro dessa flama, paz no futuro e glória no passado. As serras da justiça clama forte, verás que o inimigo não pode luta, inteligente adora a própria morte. Terra dourada, entre outras mil és tu, Brasil, ó pátria amada. Dos filhos deste sol és mãe gentil, pátria amada, Brasil. Brasil!
Podem sentar. Ok? Ok, pode sentar.
Okay, you can take a seat,
Parabéns, hein,
please.
Cleto? Muito
Congratulations,
criativo, viu?
Cleto. It was really
Espetacular.
creative.
Tá?
Opa,
Excellent.
Muito criativo o hino.
The anthem was
Ok?
really
Então
creative.
agora nós
So
vamos
now
ouvir também
we will hear
algumas
also
informações gerais
some general
a respeito da
information
IOV Mundial
on international IOV,
para nós termos, vamos dizer, definirmos,
so
nós
we
dominarmos as
can
informações
define and have
a
some
respeito da IOV.
information about IOV.
só quebrando mais uma vez o protocolo, professor.
So,
Só para
regarding the
avisar que
agenda again,
essa
Professor,
montagem do hino nacional
this assembly
são
of the
todos os
national
grupos,
anthem
esses
is
convidados
all
aí,
groups
são
that were
nossos
invited.
filiados da IOV Brasil.
They are
Então, com
IOV
muita honra,
Brazil
estamos
affiliated.
estreando
So,
hoje
with honor,
essa nova performance do nosso hino
it's the
nacional
premiere of
brasileiro.
this Brazilian
Quem sabe,
anthem performance.
até
Who knows,
2023 a gente possa
till
fazer o hino
2023,
completo com todos
we
os
can do
grupos
the
da
whole
nossa
anthem
IOV.
with all groups from IOV.
Muito bom.
Really good.
Obrigado, viu?
Thank you.
Nós vamos então ouvir agora
So
as
now
informações gerais
we can hear the
sobre
general
a IOV
information
Mundial.
about IOV International.
IOV York. Às vezes eles têm que trocar uns caminhos.
Sometimes they have to change.
Folk culture is a crucial part of our individual identity. It greatly influences how we think, perceive the world, and interact with each other. The traditions and customs that we inherit from our ancestors and the art and music that they teach help to make us unique with distinctive ways of living. At the end, we are all members of one global family with a universal human heritage. The International Organization of Folk Art, IOV, is a non-governmental, non-profit organization founded in 1979. It comprises different folk groups, artists, musicians, dancers, academics and researchers who are located in 165 countries around the world. The IOV's mission is to protect and preserve intangible cultural heritage in all its forms. It works to foster understanding and appreciation of cultural diversity among all peoples by raising awareness, educating the new generation, and protecting folk art. This is accomplished through workshops, festivals, conferences, and exhibitions that contribute to promoting world peace. At IOV, we recognise that folk culture must survive not only in the form of previous generations' recorded memories, if it is to benefit future generations. The organisation approaches folk culture as a rich and specialised field of research and as a topic that appears in other academic disciplines that should be documented and protected by law. To everyone in the world who shares our unique vision and passion, we open our arms and say, welcome to IOV.
Muito bem montado, hein? Beleza.
Really
Obrigado,
well.
viu?
Thank you, thank you.
A Agora nós vamos iniciar
Now
alguns pronunciamentos.
we'll start some
E
announcements,
antes disso, eu quero
but
trazer
before
umas
that, I'd
informações
like to
gerais.
bring you some general information.
Nós ontem pela manhã,
Yesterday morning,
nós executamos a primeira parte
we elaborated
do
the
encontro
first part of
internacional
the
de artes populares
international
e folclore
meeting of folk
das
art and
etnias.
folklore of
Ok.
ethnicities.
Nós estivemos ontem, quem não estava junto,
We were here
de
yesterday
tarde, lá nas
during the afternoon
ruínas jesuíticas de São Miguel das Missões, que é o sítio
on São Miguel das Missões, which is an archaeological site here, and we had the opportunity to hear some
visitar toda a
reports,
parte material, toda a
visit
parte
all
de campo,
material and
ouvir
site area,
explicações espetaculares sobre a
hear some
igreja,
explanations
toda a
about the
vida dos
church
índios.
and all the
Tivemos o
Indians'
privilégio
lives
de ter
who had the
apresentações
privilege to have some
culturais
cultural
com a tribo de
presentations
índios,
with an Indian
Ah.
tribe,
pé no chão, camisa curta,
with
tá? Mas a apresentação
using
espetacular,
t-shirts
espetacular.
and
E
spectacular
depois nós
presentations.
tivemos
And
também
then
uma excelente recepção
we had
do
a
Poder
great
Público
reception
Municipal,
of the City
que
Hall
nos acompanhou
that
e
joined
nos
us
cedeu café colonial
and offered
campeiro, típico,
a
espetacular
typical
também.
breakfast
Tivemos também
from
uma
the
palestra
field
de
people.
uma
We
pessoa
also had an
especializada,
speech
pesquisador que lida
from
há
an
muitos
expert
anos sobre,
specialist that deals
todo mundo
for long
indígena,
years
todo mundo
with
jesuítico.
all the
Nos trouxe
indigenous world,
informações novas, eminentemente
brought
novas.
us new informations.
E só para vocês terem uma ideia,
And just for you
se
to
não
know,
tivesse terminado
if
as missões,
the
são 7
missions were
povos,
not
nós
finished yet,
teríamos
there
hoje,
were
em
7
termos de
people.
projeções, em torno de
In
14
terms of
milhões de pessoas
projections, we would have
mais que São Paulo.
14 million people in that region, more than São
E
Paulo.
tivemos também relato
And
de
we
quanto
also
estava avançada essa
hear
civilização,
A comment on how
inclusive
advanced
em
was
alguns
this
aspectos mais do que
civilization,
a Europa,
maybe
e
more than
liderando
Europe in some
uma série de
aspects,
frentes nas Américas.
and heading some of
E
them in Americas.
Também, inclusive, eu não tinha conhecimento sobre esses
Well,
dias, que os
I didn't know it
próprios
so far,
Voltaire
that
e
even
outros
Voltaire
filósofos
and
e
other philosophers
pesquisadores da
and
Europa
researchers
estiveram
from
ali
Europe were
e
there
escreveram artigos a
and wrote
respeito
some articles
do nascimento da democracia do mundo
on the
e
birth
outras frentes em termos de cooperativismo,
of
etc. Tá?
these
Então,
people and other
uma
cooperatives
coisa
and
que a gente
etc.
sugere,
So we
quem não
suggest
foi,
you
ouvir isso que é espetacular.
to go there and
E
listen
vocês
to what
têm
they
no
say, which is
programa ali,
excellent. And in the
Você,
agenda,
ok? Primeiro painel.
the
O
first
primeiro painel,
panel,
conforme nós tivemos que colocar na programação
according to
cultural,
our cultural
foi
agenda,
feito lá, ontem,
it was done there
que é
yesterday,
sobre patrimônio material.
which is about the
Então,
material
hoje,
heritage.
nós vamos
So
começar com o segundo
today
painel,
we're going to start the
que vocês
second
têm
panel that you have in
ok?
there, okay?
que é diversidades
Which is
étnicas,
the ethnical
né?
diversities.
Logo mais nós vamos começar esse
And
painel,
then
tá bem?
soon we'll start it.
Então, vamos começar
So,
com o segundo,
Let's
depois
start with the
terceiro e
second
quarto
and then
painel,
third
tá
and
bom?
fourth panels,
Conforme a programação de vocês.
according to the
Está aí
agenda
nas mãos de vocês.
that you have in
Bom,
your hands.
outra coisa,
Another thing,
ontem se chama primeira
what we did yesterday was
encontro
it was the first part of our international organization of folk art of ethnicities, and now we are starting the second part.
a segunda parte é
The second part
decisão
of the decision,
agradecer uma honrosa
where we are gonna thank Ross Spectacular from IOV Americas, Brazil, with the approval of Global IOV to do the second meeting of IOV Americas here at Ijuí. Unanimously, this group, the board of directors, decided to do it here together with the Expo Ijuí. So from both our sides, we can have a vision together to debate and to talk about the future of ethnicities and the future of IOV. Okay, so we would like to thank you from our hearts about this decision from IOV to bring us so many resources. For those who weren't here yesterday, IOV from Brazil, especially from Americas, together with the Ijuí community and the cultural centers, we have been developing for many years partnerships. And in these partnerships, it's happening many important things as the post-graduation degree course in folk arts, and it's being in its 4th edition. Clinton is going to talk about it later. We had the first and the second virtual exhibition in 2021 and 2020-2021, where we had a very interesting program between Ijuí and IOV. We also had many meetings, video conferences and virtual conferences about the pandemic to support and motivate all the people that's part of IOV. And on many other topics related to folk arts with and it was really successful, and we have a lot of it was very positive. So this meeting today with us, we are going to build definitely a permanent partnership we are going to work together, not only events. Slowly we are in the afternoon, and tomorrow we are going to hear from IOV the proposals, and we have documentations that had been delivered, and we are going to integrate all of that to decide the tasks. And regardless of everything we have been doing here, Global IOV has blessed it, and our General Secretary, Dr. Fabrício Catânio, who is here with us, thanks God and thanks to Global IOV and Brazil and Americas, we received the title from the honorable hands of this Italian citizen, Dr. Fabrizio, the title of World Capital of Ethnicity. It's the first decision that IOV takes regarding this kind of titles, and it's a great honor, and we really face that as a recognition of our past, but especially a huge challenge of future perspectives to disseminate, to spread out, and to improve our work. I would like to give the floor. I would like if the the person that's going to talk slowly so we can help the translators. And Francisco Schrader is going to talk now, representing our mayor, André Cossetin. We have been having lots of different events together with Expofest, so the public power and the city hall has split themselves to be able to be present in all those events. So Secretary, it's a great honor to have you here and to listen to you.
Bom dia.
Good morning.
E bem-vindos.
Welcome, everyone.
A nossa Ijuí
Our Ijuí
só viveu momento de tamanha grandeza
has only lived such great moment in 3 occasions. In 1890,
quando fomos reconhecidos,
when we were recognized as a colony, a settlement. In 1912, when we became a city, a municipality, and now, at this very important moment, and absolutely important, when we have received a world organ, institutions that provides culture to peoples, and it turns Ijuí into a land of diverse cultures,
berço de trabalho,
a place of work, a place of
cidadania,
citizenship,
diversidade,
diversity, inclusion,
a capital,
the capital, the world capital of ethnicities.
dioturnamente faremos por merecer este título.
We will make this title be worth it, and more than that, it's a recognition
de todo o trabalho
of
já
all the
desenvolvido,
work that has been already developed,
não somente
not only
nestes últimos 40
in
anos,
this past 40
quando
years,
dentro de
when
uma formatação
inside a specific configuration, this association started to came into place, but also throughout our whole history, because since 1890
convivíamos
we used to
fraternalmente,
live together in
imigrantes do mundo inteiro,
welcoming migrants from all over the world here at this very
por
place.
este movimento.
This is why
Já passaram mais de 100
more than 100,000 people have
do que a nossa própria
been
população.
here, more than our population itself, our inhabitants itself, because this
de uma etnia,
people have participated of more than one ethnicity, and some of these people are not with us anymore, and God bless them.
dizer para vocês rapidamente,
To tell you briefly, Professor Baggio,
que cultura
that
é
culture,
pilar
it's a
de
pillar
vida em sociedade.
of social life. And through
Os
culture,
povos se respeitam.
people respect each other,
Os povos se compromissam.
people commit.
Pela cultura,
Through culture,
geramos educação.
we generate education.
Viver em sociedade
To
é um
live in
desafio.
society is a challenge.
Viver o coletivo
To
em
live
sociedade é um
collectively is a
desafio.
challenge.
Cultura é base
And culture is the basis, is the support, is the structure
para essa
to give
ousada
foundation to this dynamics of social life.
dizer para vocês
To tell you
que é um imenso prazer receber.
that it's a huge pleasure to have you all here, the same way that we are going to be here together with you in all the activities executed all over the world. In this context, to be with IOV here today, it used to be
E se tornou
a dream, and now it's reality. And that happened based on the work of many hands together. Thank you so much. Thank you. And welcome, everybody.
Nós ouviremos agora
We are going to listen now
a palavra
the word
do presidente
of
da IOV Mundial,
IOV
o Dr.
Chair,
Ali
Dr. Ali
Khalifa,
Khalifa.
que lá dos árabes
And
nos manda uma mensagem.
Arabics are sending us a message. So we are going to listen to that now.
Dear friends, esteemed organizers, and distinguished leaders, greetings from IOV Presidential Office in Bahrain. I am honored to be a part of IOV America's General Assembly and Scientific Conference in the beautiful state of Rio Grande do Sul, Brazil. I would like to thank the mayor of the city, the president of UETI, and the authorities present here today. It is your support and investment in folk culture, heritage, and scientific research that makes all difference here. Dear friends gathering here today, researchers, artists, creators, and historians. My dear friends, with passion of heritage, thank you for attending and participating and allowing your culture to live on through you. I am very proud of the initiative and effort put forth by Mr. Clinton Vieira to make such an important meeting happen. The Americas have always been known for their rich, diverse culture and their extraordinary ability to pass on their culture, knowledge, and tradition from generation to generation with much diverse pride in who they are. I believe that we must all follow in your footsteps, your protection of your cultural heritage, your research on it, and your performance of your tradition is what keep them alive. So, congratulations on the role you are playing. May you forever be tied to your ancestors and all future generations you will bring into this world by the strength of culture. I wish you a successful and fruitful meeting full of benefit, friendship, and celebration. With all my best and all my best of my people in the country of Bahrain.
We would like to greet also and to have the honor of all that's being accompanying us, not only in Brazil but also worldwide through IOV. Thank you to all of you, and we hope that you enjoy our event. Dr. Fabrizio, it's a great honor to have you here. We would like you to give our thanks to Chair Ali for listening to us, for meeting him in person, kind of directly, and for his words that cheers up us, that honor us, that recognize us worldwide and challenges us. And we will know how to answer to these challenges that were posed. So we invite Your Excellency to come here and to salute our event.
Thank you very much, Professor Adelar Francisco Baggio. And first of all, of course, I thank you very much all people attendant to this meeting, and I'm very proud to start today this second assembly of America IOV, because in this way, it's not the first for me, but I thank you very much Clerton, of course, Clerton Vera. I think everybody know him, and he is a special man, and I think IOV can say we are lucky to found one man with this power to assist, support, and push the people to stay together, to stay near the IOV. And so the first I want one applause for Clareton. Thank you. The second, but not at least, of course, all the organization here. I'm without word, and amazing to see this situation, this Expo with ethnic diversity here in Ijuí, and I think is a wonderful situation, and the people here can be happy to keep this particular situation. I think not there will be some situation all around the world. This is a very nice situation, and as the Professor Baggio told me yesterday, I don't know is the right word, is a little Europe stay here, but maybe a little world stay here, because 38 ethnic diversity is an incredible number. I think is beautiful. It's beautiful all these. So thank you very much to invite me, but not me as a person, but me as authority. So thank you very much to support IOV in this travel. And of course, this is not the point of finish our friendship and our work, but is a point to start a new idea, a point to develop new friendship, and also to involve many other friends from other countries in America, because America is big, and I hope all the countries in America will have one national representative, one national section in every country. So my intervention will be after. Now is just a greeting, and one more time, thank you very much to all for coming. Just one particular, because maybe you don't know, inside of these American people, there is also one not American. We are four, sorry. From Poland, we have the Professor Dr. Anna Wizowska-Krajka here, and his husband was director for many years in Europe, so till now is one important people, Wiesław Krajka from Poland. I am from Italy, you know it, but we have also another friend from one country at the border of Europe, but is in Europe. Maybe you don't know very well, because it's a small country. This small country is named Armenia, and from Armenia we have our big friend Armando Guskaiman. He is one important man and work all over the world that organize a show and meeting with another organization. But the friendship is over the acronyms, is over the name. So the friendship is the first important thing. Thank you very much.
Ok. Muito obrigado, Dr. Fabrício, pelas suas palavras, pelas informações e pela apresentação de figuras muito importantes da Yoga Mundial. Doutora Ana, uma grande honra, professora, doutora, uma grande de tê-la conosco, ok? Agora nós vamos ouvir o grande líder da IOV do Brasil e das Américas,
IOV Brazil and Americas,
de nos cutucar, de nos provocar,
He's always provoking us since 2019 when we started to work together, and also in this important participation in the 2 editions of the virtual fairs of 2020 and 2021. We're talking about IOV Brazil President and IOV America's Executive, Dr. Antônio Cleto Vieira da Silva. Cleton, also known as we call it, it's an honor to have you here. We thank you for your effort to bring us here, and with his team, we're joined here, and here we've met. And with your permission, I invite our Vice Head, Professor Ritter Singberg, to be part of the table here with us. Professor Cleton, I know you don't like to talk much, so let's let him fly with no text, with free words.
Bom dia a todos.
Good morning, everybody.
A cada dia que a gente está amanhecendo aqui,
every day that we are here in Ijuí, it seems that we are waking from a dream.
Esse sonho que começou em 2020,
this dream that started in 2020,
como o professor bem falou,
as professor has mentioned,
FENADI 2020,
and FENADI 2020, where IOV had a great participation
a esse projeto maravilhoso
on this wonderful project that since 2020 we had a deal that we will not separate anymore.
Da Ijuí,
IOV from Ijuí, and the city of Ijuí. So
nós já temos
today
esse vínculo já
we have this bond already,
significativo,
so relevant,
o nosso curso de pós-graduação
post-graduation
não poderia ser em outro lugar do que na cidade de Ijuí,
had to be here
com
at Ijuí,
a Unijuí,
with
que é uma
Ijuí, which is an university
reconhecida
recognized
60 anos em
from more than
de
60 years in post-graduation courses.
Estou mais feliz ainda porque
and I'm really happy
uma grande parte, né, de alunos
I
e
have
alunas
some
estão
students
fazendo esse curso de folclore
that are
e
in
artes
this
populares.
folklore and popular art courses that are here.
Muitos anos,
it was a project of us.
Nós procuramos várias universidades do Brasil.
We searched lots of universities in Brazil, but for the coincidence of destiny, once more, we have this bond with Ijuí City.
Aqui neste momento,
I would like now
apresentar para todos vocês
to present to all of you
os
also
nossos representantes, os nossos
our
presidentes,
representative presidents
de alguns países
from some countries
do continente americano
of
que
the
estão
American
sempre conosco.
continent that are
É uma
always
honra
with us. It's
trabalhar
an
ao lado
honor
dessas pessoas
to work
engajadas
with them,
no folclore e nas artes populares.
with his engagement
Eu
with
começo
folklore and
apresentando
popular
aqui para
art, so
todos
I
vocês.
start presenting to all of
Eu nem
you.
falo mais presidente, sim amigos e amigas.
Don't even say president anymore, I say friends.
Graciela Ponsky,
So we have
representa
Graciela Ponsky that represents
presidente
Argentina.
da IOV secção Argentina.
IOV Argentina president, Graciela, that is in all projects
IOV América.
that from IOV America.
Uma honra, professora.
It's an honor, professor,
A senhora sempre ao nosso
to
lado.
have you, madam, here with us in our projects.
Falo também da
Also, I'll
representante
talk about
e
the
amiga,
representative
presidente
and friend
da IOV
and
secção
president
México.
from IOV Mexico,
Aqui a Patrícia Orozco,
Patricia Orozco,
que realiza trabalho maravilhoso.
that works on that develops a
Uma
wonderful
artista
work.
já
It's an
consagrada
artist
lá
really
na cidade do México,
recognized
em todo
in
o
Mexico City,
Ela é
in all the
cantora,
country.
é
She's a
bailarina.
singer,
É como
dancer,
o pessoal do Brasil aqui,
like
né?
people from
Como o
Brazil.
grupo Vaiangá que está aqui. Nós
Like group
temos
of Vaiandar that's
bailarinos,
here, we have
cantores,
dancers,
músicos, instrumentistas,
singers,
né, professor
instrument
Nazaré?
players, right, Professor Nazaré?
E temos também
And we
do
also
Chile, que está
have
aqui
from
conosco,
Chile, that is
esse
here with
grande
us,
parceiro,
this great partner,
professor
Professor
Marianjo,
Júlio
que
Marianjo, that
a
represents
IOV secção Chile.
IOV Chile.
Temos também
We
agora
also
outros
have
representantes que
other
estão nos
representatives
assistindo
that are watching us virtually,
que são os
that
representantes
are the
do Panamá,
representative from Panama,
Costa Rica,
Colombia,
Porto Rico.
Puerto
que não
Rico.
vivem a memória agora, mas
There are so many that I don't remember all of them, but I'd like to register here
todos fazem parte de uma
that
equipe
all of them are part
deu
of
muito
this
bem
team
desde 2017,
that works
quando a
really
gente
well
assumiu
since
o trabalho
2017
com
when
a
I
IOV
started with
do continente
IOV
americano. Eu não poderia deixar
work.
também de registrar aqui
I had to
a
register
presença
also
da
the
nossa querida
presence of our
representante
beloved
aqui da
representative
Unesco,
from
que também ela é
Unesco,
da IOV,
and she's from
no
IOV
sinal
also,
da Argentina também,
from Argentina
nossa
also,
querida
our beloved
artista Bárbara Thompson.
Barbara
Representa
Thompson,
aqui
that
também,
represents also.
além de ser argentina, mas
she's
faz um trabalho
Argentinian, but
maravilhoso
she
numa
does
companhia
a
de dança
wonderful
flamenca.
work
Hoje
on a
vocês também
flamenca dancing
terão
company
uma novidade
that
lá na,
today
no
you
show da
have those
noite,
news on
o
the
encontro aí da IOV,
Tonight Show,
da
on the
Argentina
meeting
com
IOV,
o Brasil,
IOV
por que não
Argentina
dizer
from
Argentina
IOV
com o
Brazil.
Ceará, com
And
o
why not
nosso
say
membro da
Argentina with
Comissão Jovem,
Ceará from
Fábio
our
Lessa, que está
Youth
aqui
Commission,
conosco.
Fábio Lessa, that is here with us also.
Um abraço antecipado já, com muito carinho,
early
a nossa representante do Paraguai,
salute from our representative from Paraguay,
que
Della
lançou
Picago,
livro antes de ontem,
that has released a
antes de
book
vir na Argentina,
before yesterday, before coming to
escritora,
Argentina. She's a writer,
cantora lírica,
lyrical
então
singer.
a gente pode dizer que
So
a nossa
we can say
equipe
that our
de
team
voluntários da
of
IOV pelo
volunteers
continente
from
América
IOV
é
all
uma
over
equipe
America.
seleta
It's
de
a really
grandes profissionais
distinguished
e artistas.
professional and
No
artist.
Brasil,
In Brazil,
eu tenho muita honra de ter uma equipe de
I'm really honored
pouco mais
to
de
have
100
a
membros filiados já,
team
Fabrício,
of
no Brasil.
a little bit
E
more
aqui
than 100
representando
affiliated,
todo esse povo maravilhoso
and
do
here
Brasil,
representing all the
eu
Brazilian
não
wonderful
poderia
people.
deixar de apresentar para
I have to
vocês
present
uma grande mestra
a great
do nosso
master
folclore brasileiro.
from our Brazilian
Ela que está
folklore.
aqui hoje
She's here
representando
representing
toda essa equipe
all
dos
these
grandes
team
mestres.
of the
Ela que
great
coordena
masters. She coordinates
um departamento muito especial
a
na IOV
really
Brasil.
special department
Nós
in
temos
IOV Brazil. We have a
dos
department
mestres
from the
imortais
immortal
IOV.
masters
Então, com
from
vocês,
IOV.
a
So with
mestra
you,
Nazaré
Master
do Ó,
Nazaré do
que
Ó,
realiza um trabalho maravilhoso
that does a wonderful
na
work
região norte
in North
do Brasil,
region of
especificamente
Brazil,
em Belém
specifically
do
in
Pará, na
Belém,
cidade de Iquaraci.
in
E, aliás,
Iquaraci City,
dos
in Pará
próximos
State.
eventos de 2023,
Some of the next
vamos fazer lá em
meetings
Iquaraci.
in
Que já
2023
está
will be in
decretado,
Iquaraci.
né?
It's defined right now.
E a nossa representante
And our
aqui,
representative
além
here,
de ser um representante, eu
besides
posso
being
dizer
a
que ela hoje está
representative,
aqui representando
she is here
todos
now
os alunos e
representing
alunas do
all
curso de
students from the
pós-graduação.
post-graduation course.
A nossa voluntária
Our volunteer
Rosa
Rosa,
está aqui,
is she here?
representando o Distrito Federal.
The Federal District.
As outras pessoas, o Fabrício já fez
Other
uma
people,
bela
Fabrício has
apresentação.
represented, has
E
already mentioned.
eu quero agradecer de
And
forma
I'd
muito
like to
especial
especially thank
com esse trabalho a equipe pedagógica da nossa IOV,
pedagogical
que
team
realizou
from IOV
este grande projeto,
that
este grande
has
encontro. Professora
organized
Lilian
this
Vogel,
great meeting.
que é a
So,
nossa
Professor Lilian,
presidente da
that
Comissão
is our
Acadêmica e Pedagógica,
President of the
que realiza um trabalho
Pedagogical
com a sua
and Academic
equipe. Professor
Department,
Paula Simon,
Paula,
nosso ícone
Professor Paula Simon,
da IOV,
our IOV
professora,
icon,
pesquisadora,
teacher,
historiadora,
researcher,
doutora, enfim,
PhD,
nosso querido professor
our beloved
Ivo.
Professor
Professor
Ivo.
Ivo é o nosso, eu posso dizer assim,
I can say
tudo que a gente precisa
everything that we need,
a mais, a gente socorre com o professor Ivo.
Then
Ivo Benfato.
we talk to
Também representa a
Professor Ivo
Comissão
Belfato, that also
Nacional de
represents
Folclore.
the National Folklore
Então,
Association.
eu posso dizer que eu estou bem
So I
cercado
can
de
say
pessoas
that I'm surrounded by
podem
great
realizar um
people
trabalho tão grande como
that
esse.
can
E a gente não consegue
do
fazer
a
nada
big work
sozinho.
like this, and we cannot do
É esse o
anything
exemplo que eu
by
deixo
ourselves.
para todos
That's
os
the
nossos
example that I
representantes
leave to
em
all
todos os países.
our representatives in all
Formem
countries.
suas equipes.
gather your teams, have some dedicated volunteers to the folklore and folk arts. We don't need quantity,
nós precisamos das
we need
qualidades de
qualities
cada um. E o nosso
of
maior
each
objetivo
one. And our
principal é a
greatest
preparação
goal
dos nossos
is to
jovens,
prepare
os
our
jovens de todo
young
mundo,
people
porque esses sim,
from all over the world,
esses que
because
vão dar
they
continuidade
will
àquilo que a gente plantou,
continue
que a
on
gente
what
cuidou,
we have
e nós
taken
precisamos
care,
semear
and then
para
we
poder
need to
colhermos os frutos, né, professora?
advance so we
E
can
a gente está vendo
gather
aqui, ó,
the results. As you
vários
can see
frutos já
here,
verdinhos,
lots of
que com certeza
results
vai
that
nos
are
representar no futuro.
here that will represent us in the
isso.
future. IOV
Esse trabalho voluntário
is like
que não
that.
precisa ser,
Volunteer
a gente não
work,
precisa dizer
we don't
que
need
é
to
uma
say
obrigação,
that it's an
mas quando a
obligation,
gente trabalha com amor,
but when
a gente
we work
trabalha
with
com
love,
prazer e todo mundo vira família.
we like to work and
Eu vou
everybody
até dar um exemplo
becomes
aqui da
family.
professora Paula,
We have an example
né,
from
que
Professor
mora em
Paula
Porto Alegre,
that lives in
mas
Porto Alegre.
a gente não deixou de fazer uma visita
But we
antes de
always-
viajar para Ijuí,
We could visit her
para comer um
before
bolinho
coming to
caseiro, para
Ijuí,
conhecer a sua
to
história.
eat some cake,
Como
to
ela
know
falou,
her
cada
history.
detalhe da
Each
minha casa tem
detail
uma
of my
história.
house has
Gente,
an history.
Para quem é da IOV, quem quer conhecer mais sobre
If
o
you
Rio
want
Grande do
to
Sul,
know more about
eu aconselho
Rio
que
Grande do Sul and
visitem a
you
casa
are
da
from
professora
IOV,
Paula. Eu já
I
estou
advise you to
convidando
visit
vocês aqui
Professor
tomando
Paula's
a
house.
frente para convidar. Mas realmente, a
because
casa da professora Paula, cada
Professor
detalhe tem uma
Paula's
história
house,
que você
each
tem
detail
vontade de ficar
has an
escutando
history that
sem fim.
you
Muito obrigado
will
pela
to
sua acolhida,
listen
professora
it
Paula.
forever. Thank you for this, Professor
Que bom.
Paula.
E o nosso grande objetivo nesse
And our
encontro
great
é trabalharmos,
goal in
conversarmos,
this meeting is to
planejarmos.
work, to talk, to
E
plan,
no final,
and at the
vamos
end,
deixar um documento,
we'll have a document
documento que não é só
that is not
escrito, tá,
only
Fabrício?
written,
É um
okay,
documento que a
Fabrício?
gente precisa que seja cumprido.
we need this
O
to
que
be
é que a
done.
gente quer?
What
Os
we
nossos
want,
desejos
our
para a
desires
IOV
for
para os
IOV
próximos 5 anos.
for the next 5 years.
O que já passou, a gente
What
guarda
has
na memória que
gone,
foi
we keep
muito
it
bom.
in
Agora
our
a gente
memory.
tem que
It was
pensar
really
no
good. But now we have to
futuro,
think
o
about
futuro da
future,
nossa
the
juventude
future of
IOV,
our youth,
no continente
IOV
americano.
youth in the American
O futuro
continent.
de como será,
The
como
future
vamos
of
sobreviver.
how
Porque também,
we will
gente,
survive,
não adianta só a
because
gente querer fazer as coisas,
we have
projetos,
to do
encontros,
things,
se a
projects,
gente não
meetings,
tiver,
but we also have
além de tudo isso, recursos financeiros para
to
poder
have
criarmos
financial
novos projetos.
resources to create new
Então,
projects.
o desafio
So
é esse.
this is the challenge:
Trabalharmos,
to work,
projetarmos e saber
to
de onde
design,
queremos
and know
a renda, né?
from where we'll have our
Porque a
revenue.
gente sabe que tudo que a gente vai fazer
Because
de
we know that
projeto,
everything that we want
nós
to
temos
do as
custos
projects,
e muito
there are
alto, né,
costs
professor
involved,
Ângelo?
and they are really high.
Mariângelo.
Right, Professor Mariangelo?
E vamos sair daqui com alguma resposta.
So let's leave here with
E por esse motivo também
some
temos a
answer. And for
professora
that we have Professor Anna
Bardowska,
Bardowska,
que vai nos aconselhar
that will
e veio
advise
aqui
us
para
and
avaliar
is here to
este grande trabalho, para
evaluate
levar
our
também
great job so
novidades
she
para
can
a
bring
IOV,
news
a comissão pedagógica
to
da
the
IOV em toda a
Pedagogical
Europa.
Commission
Professora
of
Ana,
IOV era. Professor
hoje eu gostaria
Anna,
muito que a senhora
today I would like
conhecesse
you, madam,
o
to
trabalho do
know
Grupo Vaiangá, que estará se
the
apresentando à
Vaiangá
noite.
group work
E
that
Grupo
we present
Vaiangá,
this night, and this
eu vou
group
fazer desafio aqui
Vaiangá,
na frente da
I'll
professora Nazaré
challenge
Duol.
Professor Nazaré
E
Dual
dos nossos
that
objetivos
one
para
of
o
our
ano de 2023
goals to
é que vocês
2023 is
conheçam,
that you get to know.
é uma intimação, professora.
It's an intimation, Professor.
Dos festivais
One of the
da Polônia.
festivals
Quem
from
conhece,
Poland.
nunca mais quer deixar de ir. É um dos
If
festivais
you know one of them,
maiores do mundo,
you
são os
always want to go.
festivais
The
da Polônia.
biggest festivals
Grandes
are in
festivais.
Poland, great festivals.
Eu estive lá por 2 vezes,
I was
em 2
there
festivais,
twice in 2 festivals,
muitos. Principalmente o festival
mainly
que a professora apoia.
the festival that
Então,
professor
fica aqui um
supports. So
pré-convite, tá, Vaiangá?
it's a
Vamos trabalhar para que em
pre-invitation.
2023
let's work
a
so
gente
that in
vá fazer esse trabalho,
2023
mostrar
we
a região norte do nosso
could
país,
show the
nesse
Brazilian
país tão
North
maravilhoso
region
que é a Polônia.
to Poland.
E eu não vou me alongar, porque
And
eu não vou conversar muito com vocês
we'll
à
talk
tarde. Eu queria,
more
professor,
later
antes
in
de
the
passar
afternoon. So
a
before
sequência
giving you
para
the
os nossos
ground,
trabalhos, A gente começar com,
we
com
could
arte, com
start with
animação,
art, with
com
cheers,
novidades.
with some
Eu queria
innovation.
apresentar para todos
So I'd
vocês
like to
o
present
trabalho
all
de
of you
artista brasileiro
the Brazilian
e vocês
artist's
vão se
work
encantar.
that you
Ele vai se
be
apresentar agora para
delighted.
nós, para que a gente
He will
comece o dia
performing here now, so we can start
vamos
our
respirar,
day breathing. Let's breathe
e começar nosso
and
trabalho
start our work
com muita arte. Eu
with
queria convidar o artista
a lot of work.
Rony
I'd like
Silva,
to
da região
invite
norte do
Rony Silva
Brasil,
from northern
para que venha
Brazil,
mostrar um pouco
so he can
do que é,
show
do que são
a
as
little
nossas
of
lendas, do
what
que é o
are
nosso
our
folclore.
legends, what
Então, agora eu deixo com o
is
Rony,
our
com o
folklore.
artista,
So
para
it's with you, Rony,
iniciarmos o nosso dia.
that we can start our day from your art.
O Rony tá já aqui, tá lá.
Is he
Tudo ok,
here?
Rony? Precisa de
Is it
efeito,
okay,
de
Rony?
iluminação,
Do you need
alguma
any
coisa assim?
effects?
Então vamos lá.
Lights,
Muito
anything like
obrigado a
that? So
todos e
thank you, everybody.
uma boa assembleia.
Let's have a great meeting.
Muito bom, Rony. Eu gostaria
Really
que
nice,
você conversasse
Rony.
um pouco sobre o
So
seu trabalho,
I'd like you to talk a little
sobre essa
bit
sua
about
performance, sobre
your
essa
works,
lenda,
about
né?
your performance, about the
Você.
legend. It's up to you. Thank you.
Obrigado, bom dia a todos.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody.
Eu sou Rony Silva,
My
sou
name
da
is
Ilha
Rony
do Marajó,
Silva. I'm from Marajó Island.
onde já foi indicado um dos piores IDH do Brasil, né?
We have
Mas somos ricos de arte,
people that are really
de cultura, de
poor, but we're
lendas.
rich of art,
E essa lenda que eu
culture,
trouxe
and
hoje foi a
legends.
lenda do
And the legend that I
Curupira,
brought today
o
is the
protetor da
Curupira
floresta.
legend, the
E
protector
é isso que a
of
gente
the woods.
busca preservar no
And
Marajó.
what we need,
Nossa
what we want
floresta,
is to
nossa
protect
mata.
our
E eu
woods
faço esse
in
trabalho
Marajó. And I do
através
this
da
work
pintura artística.
through the
Então, meu
artistical
trabalho, eu sou um
painting.
influenciador
So,
cultural.
I'm a cultural
E estou na
influencer,
internet, né?
and I'm
E graças
in
a Deus,
internet.
cheguei
And
aqui na
thanks
IOV
God, I'm
Brasil
here at
para
IOV
mostrar o meu
Brasil
trabalho
to
e trazer
show
um
my
pouquinho
work and
da
bring
região amazônica
some Amazonic
da Ilha do
region
Marajó a todos
to you,
vocês. Muito
to the
obrigado.
Marajó Island, to all of you. Thank you.
E o Rony faz parte
And
também
Rony
da
is part
Comissão Jovem
of the
da
Youth
IOV
Commission
Brasil.
of IOV
E essa comissão
Brazil,
vai se reunir hoje às 19 horas
they are going
para
together
conversarmos,
tonight at 7
inclusive
o'clock,
com outros
to
jovens
talk
do
with
Brasil
other
e do continente americano.
youth people from
E
Brazil
agora,
and
eu peço
American
licença,
continent.
professor,
So
para que
I'd
nós
like
possamos
to
desmontar a mesa
ask
e
so you
deixarmos a
can
palavra com a
disassemble the
nossa
table
presidente da
and
comissão
give the ground to
acadêmica
our
e pedagógica,
pedagogical and academic
professora,
commission president, professor,
doutora,
PhD,
escritora,
writer,
bom, enfim,
well,
professora Lilian Vogel.
Lilian Vogel.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure that I am part of IOV Brazil, and I'm currently at the coordination of the academic committee that started here in Brazil through Professor Marlice Gristi, and it's currently she's not really well currently. She has got health problems, and she asked me to fill up for her, and so I'm here trying to bring to you a little bit more of this academic pedagogic work of IOV Brazil. To start with the works of today and the topics which we have chosen since the beginning of the first conversations we had about this meeting. The topic is ethnic diversity. And to start with the first talks of the day, none better than Professor Adelar Baggio, who is from Ijuí, from the city here, and where it became the capital of ethnicities through a wonderful ceremony that took place yesterday. And he's going to talk about a little bit, and he's going to draw like a timeline about the ethnicities that are present here in our city. So Professor Baggio, the floor is yours. Thank you. Thank you, Lilian. You got this part, production, intellectual production and academic production about, thank you, about the ethnicities of Ijuí. You have 6 texts. 2 of them have about 60 pages, and you also have the experience of the Leto Cultural Center. You've got the experience of the Portuguese Cultural Center specifically, and the texts connected to the first marketing of places and cities, which Professor Dr. Lourdes is here today, where it shows us theoretically how can a municipality be alive and have its brand present globally, to have the capacity to interconnect in this place where we live. We also have a text about singing and Italian music, and it shows us from a point of view how it's possible to turn a song into a world context, especially about the resolutions of UNESCO. And then after that, we've got other texts that I wrote about the main aspects that are relevant for our ethnicity movement. And dear Francisco, thank you very much. And we also we make it available to you a video that shows the participation of our ethnicities in Porto Alegre, in our capital, being the only ones invited to parade in the Gaucho parade and the Farroupilha Day at the 20th, that happened in September, where more than 6 buses of our ethnicities presented themselves in the main theater, in a centennial theater that exists in Porto Alegre. It's a beautiful place, and you can actually appreciate our video. So I'm going to talk a little bit. You can look, you can just listen, or you can also look at your own files where you have some basic information about the timeline of the Ijuí ethnicity movement.
Vocês podem acompanhar aqui, ou como eu disse para você no texto. Está em português.
The text is in Portuguese and English. Firstly, a very important thing where we had in 1890, we had the creation of the Ijuí colony, the settlement here at Ijuí. In 1890, we had the settlement of our colony here, where the city started, and of course, it was a multi-ethnic, the first one in Brazil. The other colonies were basically done by only one ethnicity, but here there were many that populated, starting with 19, and 6 years later we were speaking 19 different languages in our land, and in Europe Ijuí was known as a little Europe in America, in South America. And here in Brazil, the historians used to say the Babel of the New World, right? So from all of that, we are going to see later how all of that has influenced our history. So let's jump to 1980, when Ijuí, in the middle of a Brazilian crisis that was shaking our country, where democracy was being discussed, we had a pioneer experience, a strategic plan to participate for our community, and around 80 institutions that would represent all the sectors of this community were discussing the future 20 years ahead of our city. This work, this study, kind of torn down everything that existed pro and against the revolution, and kind of happened the extremes to talk to each other and build together a proposal. Within these 10 commissions that were created, one of them was the proposal was a university city that would receive the students and that would resent history and launch this community slowly until it became like a university city, welcoming students here. In 1981, from the result of these committees, we had a decision to create what we call Expo Ijuí, that has been edited up to 2 years ago. it happened every year, where we worked with business, education, technology, and culture. That was an important landmark that later on became a national event. Soon after, in 1984, there was the creation of our university, the first Ijuí, the first university created after democracy, after the revolution in our country. And because of the discussion that used to happen in the main organs, it was supposed to start as a community university in the beginning. And this way, the ethnicity movement came up together with the national movement, which was the national diverse cultures. And for the first time, there was this national discussion about cultures, but not only talking about one culture, but cultures, the many cultures within Brazil that now we call as ethnicity, and that kind of generated a discussion that nowadays is our national international capital, and and hardly ever there are events of folk and arts that don't have this ethnicity movement within Brazil. Our participation here was with the cultural heritage, especially expressed in the shape of the 62 formulas or cultural expressions predicted by UNESCO in our work. And since then, we have a participative management of these cultural centers. They are all philanthropic entities that could be united in only one of the institutions, which is the Union of Ethnicity of Ijuí, presenting the idea that Ijuí, with H and Y, written with H and Y, it's a Tupi-Guarani, it's an indigenous language, expressing a movement that kind of expresses a river that moves, that runs. And that was the first slogan, that all waters come and they join together this river, the watering a wet end, creating a democracy between these ethnicities, being that historically we have this mix between culture and blood and different experiences and different families. And these cultural centers, they are not closed, they are open, and people have complete freedom to participate in one or the other, regardless of social group, family, and options of every single person. Moving forward, in 1987, we had the first FENAG in this park. We used to have about 140,000 people visiting, up to 200,000 people from different places, having many schools from all over Rio Grande do Sul and other states, where new ideas would come up about fraternity, culture, respect, and culture valuing the many different aspects of food, the music, intellectual production, etc. And our first step, it was to try to understand the past. So we went backwards and we invited families to have a look at this trunk, where the families in the past used to keep passport, letters, recipe books, documents, pictures. And then the population got really enthusiastic about it. Depending on the time, nowadays we have between 3,000, 5,000 working as volunteers in that project, because that's something that came out of our hearts. And since then, FENAGI has a kind of a strong emotional, it's a landmark. It doesn't happen without people crying, meeting each other, hugging each other, because it's a spectacle of the show of life. We have also an anthropological museum that's kept by our university, where we have the biggest collection of our multi-ethnic settlement colonization here at Ijuí, and most of it, of these materials of the ruins you have visited yesterday, where you saw that people were gathering stones and statues, and we have some of that unfortunately you cannot see it, you couldn't visit. So last week we had a committee from the European Parliament from Lithuania with a deputy from the parliament, and they visited our University of Ijuí. They basically didn't go anywhere else. They didn't want to leave the museum. And there was a very interesting fact that this committee and this deputy lady, she was visiting the colony, the settlement of the grandchildren, I mean, the family of the Latvian people, sorry. She wanted to visit the cemetery, the rector, it's still here, living here in Ijuí from Lithuania. And when she entered the cemetery, firstly, the first tomb she read, it was a person, a Latvian person that they knew before, so she cried. She took pictures, and basically she left knowing this land, that with the fact that she knew that all the people, that her neighbors, her other friends and family were buried here, and that's part of life. In 1996 we created this association. Since 1987 we had a very informal entity where all the presidents of cultural centers used to participate and take decisions, and in 86 we created an official institution, a philanthropic one, where they started to manage in a democratic way this movement. We also had FENAGI annually. We had 34 editions up to last year. Last year it was virtual. And what was our main thing here is to depict union, cooperation, and peace in diverse times of diversity. And people from European Union that were here, and the culture committee, and being part of many other commissions and committees, she kind of took the proposal of our European Union, giving us another title, being the space for all the ethnicities, cooperation, union, and peace, or considering like the little Europe in South America. So maybe possibly this year we are going to have this new title given by the European Union. And why did we do such thing? Evidently, together with IOV, we have been organizing our cultural centers, and we've been searching in a very decisive way the internationalization of Ijuí people, inhabitants, through the interaction of the sign-ups of deals between our ethnicities with the corresponding country in the European Union. and the most advanced groups regarding universities in Europe, cultural exchanges, and countries that have been producing typical wear outfits are Portugal, that gave us a violin, 100-year-old violin, and obviously there is a whole research on top of it, because we just don't want to have only folk presentations, but we also would like to have these facts in a context to be able to have some sort of cultural coverage. We are starting this year during Expofest of many international conferences, together with the embassies, universities of the respective countries, doctors that did research on the participation of these ethnic groups in Brazil, creating this and this articulation.
Next year's edition,
nossa meta é termos projeto operacionalizado que se chama O Mundo nas Suas Mãos. Que é, por exemplo, este ano nós vamos ter em torno de 7.000 jovens e crianças que vão visitar o nosso parque, estudantes de todo o estado, programado com a Secretaria de Cultura, e nós queremos que neste ano, no ano que vem, todos esses estudantes que vão vir, eles vão vir com, obviamente, com o seu celular, e eles chegam na frente aqui da casa dos italianos, com a professora junto, eles vão no aplicativo, e aí tem toda a história dos italianos, sobre a Itália, sobre o nosso trabalho, o que significa as contribuições, e uma orientação sobre saber se o aluno que está junto tem uma descendência de italiano e coisa parecida. Imaginem isso, a gente conseguir essa ideia, a construção das crianças, dos jovens, essa visão de mundo e esses posicionamentos. Okay? Bom, então, já em 2011, nós já tínhamos 30 grupos folclóricos com 800 dançarinos, fazendo parte crianças, jovens e adultos, e idosos também.
Children, adults, and elderly people, and
todos
this
eles
means
gratuitos, ninguém era pagos para isso.
all of them were volunteers. They didn't get any money for that. Of course, there was lack of resources for the choreographers and everything. But it was more heart and emotion than revenues.
Vamos para frente.
Next one, please.
Bom, vamos tentar terminar, que tem
So
mais
let's
gente que
try
quer
to
falar.
get finished
Já
because
em
there are more people
2021,
to
nós
talk. In
estávamos na
2021, we were in
34ª
the
FENADI, e com um grande
34th
projeto
FENADI,
que tem 3
with a great
grandes
project with
balizas,
3
conjunto de
great
linhas de
pillars,
ação.
3
A
lines of
primeira
actions. The first of
é
one
enraizamento desse trabalho na
is to
comunidade
root
local
this work
e
in the
uma
local
recuperação dos
community
8
and the
municípios que
recuperation of
têm
the
uma
8
parte
cities
da área da antiga colônia.
that has
Ok?
part
E o
of
que
the
significa
old
enraizamento?
settlement. What does it mean
Nós
to root?
vamos começar a partir
We'll
deste ano,
start from
pós
this year,
Expofest,
after Expofest,
projeto que se chama
a project
Guardiães da
called
Cultura,
the
que
Culture
participarão em torno
Guardians
de
that
1.000 crianças e jovens dos 37
were think that
bairros,
from
que eles vão ser
37 neighborhoods,
incluídos
about 1,000 kids
socialmente pela arte e pelo
that
folclore,
they'll be
obviamente fazer
joined
parte do
together
movimento.
with
E na
culture
outra direção,
and
a sua internacionalização. O
to
segunda
be part of this
conjunto de
internationalization.
paralelas ou de linhas de ação,
Second part of this
nunca nós
lines of
vamos
action,
deixar de trabalhar da cultura popular,
we will always work
das
with
expressões
popular art,
culturais populares, tanto artísticas quanto culinárias, etc.
artistical
Mas
and
nós estamos dando
cooking,
salto,
but
que
we are
inclusive
jumping
o acordo que nós vamos assinar com a União Europeia, que estamos construindo, e a parceria que se vai trabalhar também no módulo das artes clássicas, virtuais, contemporâneas, etc. E a terceira, evidentemente, a terceira linha, ou duas linhas que nós estamos trabalhando, é toda a construção, a história, o escrito, o falado do povo. Inclusive o Dr. Fabrício, um dos maiores vênitos, não está lá
One of the greatest is not there, is
e
here.
evidentemente eu tive na Itália,
And
lá em
I've
Milão,
been in
fui
Italy, in
comprar
Milan.
presente para minha esposa.
I was going to buy a present
casal
to my
lá, já
wife.
meio de idade.
And she's a little bit elderly, and I was talking to the language as they speak in Venetia, and this man started crying because he said he, for more than 30 years, never heard as his grandfather spoke.
Então, nessa perspectiva, a gente
So, in this perspective, we are working to keep it forever, to register it, to document it, and to work in a scientific way, in academic research, so those lines, they get together, more or less, and they build lots of views of our lives. And we had some recognitions from 30 public and private institutions, but we would like to highlight 4. The first one is the diverse lands. The second one, the state of the government has understood as an heritage our history. The third one is the Brazilian National Congress was unanimous to recognize us as capital of ethnicity, and the fourth one, Dr. Fabrício brought us. That's it. Going forward, and this year is the first edition of Expofest. They incorporated FENADI and Expo Ijuí. And so, as you may see, we have lots of fronts, basically 5 big fronts. There are some lines. The first one is the exhibition, what means to bring art, history, heritage with no commerce. Second, it's a fair. What you will see, which is machines, commerce, industry, handcrafts, familiar agriculture. So that's commerce, direct commerce, trades. Third is the party. We want to do this with happiness, celebration, gathering. We have dance, hugs, relationships, drinks, balls, including our relationship with the 34 councils of our state that forms our consular corps. One of their requests is that our work highlights the international fair. We have lots of fairs, but we have this brand, and they will help us so that we can have a great international party. In 5 years, this park will be the biggest ethnic and cultural park in Brazil. That's why he wanted this to the International Executive Committee, this idea. I would like to have at least one representative from the committee every year. Mainly the Italian that comes first, because it's a party for us. Obviously, we have all the social inclusion work. Not too many events bring handicapped people. They want to come, but they couldn't come because they didn't have transport. And including this and bringing them, it's a beauty to see these elderly people. There was this madam yesterday. She had 90 years old and a cancer here, and she hadn't come yet. And the choir was singing, and she was dancing with cancer, terminal cancer, and she felt it and danced. So working aligned on this, of course we have to go a little bit slow. We're talking about 40 years, but we'll keep doing more. And you have the documents in there, and the greatest goals, they are already defined. I'll stop here because there are other people to talk, and we'd like to have you all together with like friends forever, and the piece of the construction, the building of all of this, it's not only mine, it's a movement, regional movement, national, international movement. So next year our goal is to include the whole Rio Grande do Sul state, because it has 12 different regions. There are 12 cultural islands. We'll try, or we'll arrange it, a work that will bring all those cities to rebuild the settlement that they are already participating. We'll bring the whole state with these regions here present. And we want step by step bring the Brazilian states, 2 or 3 every year, so we can reach the whole country. Finally, we do not consider ourselves as Italian, German, or Polish. We are Gaúchos, we are Brazilian, but we have a strong heart, sorry. We have an heritage that makes us proud, and we started the inverse process, that from those that came from Europe that built it here in this land, now we're going back to meet them in another stage to live with them. So thank you. I'm sorry, but when I start talking, I get enthusiastic. Thank you, Professor. Well, before we go forward, Professor Cleto has asked that we could thank to the IOV team here. So thanks to Professor Laírton Guedes, that is the Vice President of IOV Brazil, Fernanda Colli, that's from IOV Youth, Luciane Chokowski, that's from the festival team, Anderson Freitas, that is from the communication and youth teams, Ademir and Talita Maciel, that are from the Acre state, are here, Wellington, that is from Manaus, Fábio, that is from Ceará state, Verônica Cruz, professor from Niterói, Rio de Janeiro, Flávio Pilege, which is our official photographer, and Professor Claudete, that coordinates the festivals in Passo Fundo. Thanks for being here, and thanks for your collaboration. If I forgot any of the Brazilians, forgive me, because I was just taking some notes briefly, so I'd like you to feel hugged from IOV Brazil and IOV America, because all of you are really important for this building, for the building of this moment and this part of our lives that are dedicated to build a better world, a world with a lot of peace. So I invite now Professor Fabrício Caetano to come here and talk a little bit about ethnical diversities and his vision on the IOV International. Please, Professor.
Okay, well, let me start with the first slide. Okay. Dove dobbiamo puntare questo? Così. Okay. It's okay. Okay, thank you very much, and one more time, good morning to everybody. So, now my speech will be about the ethnic diversities inside the world. In this moment, I will start to thank you one more time, everybody, to stay here. And first of all, on behalf of IOV Executive Committee, I welcome you all to Ijuí, and thank you for coming this long way here. Of course, one more time, thank you to Clareton and to organization and to Professor Baggio. His intervention was with much humanity and much colored. This work in Ijuí was started 42 years ago, and I appreciate very much this long work for this cultural diversity and the ethnic fest in Ijuí. Maybe you know what is IOV today, but I want to repeat one more time for everybody, because not all the people know and understand very well what we are doing. Normally, the people think this is an organization, one association, just devoted to organize a folk festival. And this is not really our mission. It's one piece of our mission, but it's not just the first mission. And this is important to understand what IOV are doing all around the world. We are IOV as a great and strong union of people and association, and keep alive our folk art and heritage. The IOV started in 1979, and which today has 43 years of uninterrupted activity. Our executive committee meet regular and draft plans to create a stronger budget, encourage youth development, and organize events and rework our strategy to benefit all members, all of whom make up a family of passionate supporters of folk culture. IOV is as well one NGO, not governmental organization, official partner of UNESCO, and in special consultative relation with the United Nations Economic and Social Council, ECOSOC, in the spirit of UNESCO Convention on the Safeguarding of the Preservation of the Intangible Cultural Heritage of the World. IOV pursues the strategies along this line through its activities such as festival, workshop, meeting, and covering the different elements of ICH such as traditional dance, music, craft, cuisine, medicine, and other. A more important aspect of our strategies is the promotion of peace, mutual understanding, tolerance, respect among people of the world. Some may see these activities as mere gathering of individuals, but there is more to it than that. It's not an opportunity to serve one's purpose, but one opportunity to see what one can do for the other. This is what IOV does, but also, as we know, is importance of utmost importance is to save and keep alive the memory of our folk tradition in order to understand the present and be ready for the future. This is why the folklore and the IOV are always young. Perhaps it's not easy to understand the greatness of the challenge facing all culture, religion, race and languages due to conflict, policy of migration, hegemony and acquisition. This challenge leaves the intangible heritage that is one of the most important components of culture very vulnerable. We still need to grow. The remaining work is great, but it does not frighten us because we know the importance for the life of our business by contributing through culture and folk art to friendship between people and toward peace. We make a great effort to improve international integration, the sharing of knowledge and experience, the defense of folk heritage, of the custom of all the people around the world, with a special look to the ethnical and linguistically minorities. We must understand each other, and this can only be achieved by approaching each other and getting a sense of the soul of each nation through its folk art, music, dances, custom, tradition, and folk costume. The human heart is both in the recipient and the source of life. The IOV needs energy and commitment by everyone who wishes to give his or her own contribution to the folk heritage on all its forms. We have suffered this year of the pandemic, the COVID, which has brought many deaths, and in particular in the weakest and most elderly people. Those people who are the bearers of the memory and of the tradition of the cultural heritage that is contained in the tribes, in the small and isolated village, in close family. Some small details are the difference. Some particular religious ritual are the difference. Some detail in the clothes, in the hairstyle. All these small details we must document to transmit to the people for the future the purity of this ancient world that is disappearing. I don't want to go into political aspect, of course, and this is not the meeting of talk about no-vax or pro-vax, but the pandemic, the COVID, let's hope it's gone, but maybe it's just sleeping, and it will come back. Which certainly don't have more time to less. We need to act now for ethnic diversity. The coming year will be a time of a global change, a time to resume our vision and realize our goal in light of the challenging circumstances of the world around us. The IOV is an ideal forum in which there are museum, university, folklore event, union and association, institution, and individual member. So this cooperation with Ijuí is very important because it is important to start with the university and with all the researchers, this activity. The IOV Working Scientific Conference is active and serious. And what can be the meaning of this meeting and how to carry out activity for ethnic diversity? Is necessary to develop the research of ancient use and custom, of the content of the hereditary culture, but also to protect and defend what remains of it today, in addition to spreading the message of purity and love contained in them. Let's remember these three actions: research, protection, dissemination. Research is very important to create the certainty and the guarantee that today's proposal is real and conform to the ancient form and habit. Any research needed to be based on clear evidence and documents. The research must document all the ethnic diversity that remain today, present in every place, every family, country, village, pushes us to protect these ethnic differences. Protection is a very important action. To preserve means to watch over the purity and originality of today's revival. The defense of ethnic diversity lies precisely in the fight against the globalization, by safeguarding of tangible and intangible cultural heritage, including traditional knowledge, skill, and practices. This action is pursued by the government of all the countries of the world for mere economic purposes, and certainly with noble objectives. But in this action, the differences related to the music, song, dresses, food, vegetable, local language, local form and habit are not considered. I would like to take cheese as an example. In Italy, there are about 1,400 varieties of cheese, of which 150 in my region, Lombardy, and 80 in small country of Bergamo, where I live. We don't want a form of cheese unification to generate a single variety of cheese by eliminating the other. And this is the same way. In this same way, we must keep the difference inside the ethnic community, the ethnic family, because maybe inside one family and another family there are differences. The differences is fundamental to save the ethnical diversity. Of course, the cheese was just one example, but in the case of the variety of cheese, there are protection consortia have developed and with perfect definition of each variety of cheese, with well-defined component, cooking and seasoning. Also for wine, we know that there is a form of identity protection controlled with name and type that define its property. This was only a metaphor that compared to the many ethnic diversity present in every place. And the differences of family, country, village push us to protect these ethnic differences. The protection of ethnic diversity means watching over imitation, invention on all those forms of invention and modification are presented as original and the result on unfair research, while is only a falsehood, a lie. This must be absolutely prevented. And dissemination, the third action, to be carried out is just as important as the other. If we want ethnic diversity to be known and respected, we must push hard on the media channel. Dissemination includes explanation, exposure, and information. We are amateurs of the material and immaterial tradition in the form of cultural heritage, and certainly we also are amateurs of diversity. It's our responsibility to transfer our passion, our love for the ethnic diversity to the other. You know, inside the IOV we have 7 commissions, and a particular space is dedicated by IOV to teachers, scholars, researchers, amateurs of popular culture and heritage who are entering IOV, can give their contribution and support participating in one commission. It will be a path to exchange the opinion and the impression with the other commission in the world, and it is in the intent of IOV, the organization of national scientific conferences, in the spirit of the participation of organization, museum, libraries, cultural house is an essential part. I want to spend also one word about our website. Our website is now translated into 15 languages. In the space dedicated to the scientific commission, there are some of the professors who participate in the scientific commission and publish their scientific research on the website, visited every day by people from every corner on the world. I hope here there are researchers, and if you don't have a strong media impact, or rather not yet, we can certainly, with the help of this institution, IOV, I like the peculiarities of the territory and the national and global level, as well as support to the creation of a network of information dedicated to popular culture which spread throughout the territory. We have the will and the desire to organize other scientific conferences, other meetings, in particular of young people, and other world meetings of IOV. To help our organization, of course, the benefactors is needed, and the big thank you is dedicated to all people and organizations that offer financial aid to our movement with large and small contribution. Thanks to them, we can contribute this important project for all humanity. The most important objective in the IOV plan is to enhance the efficiency of its branches, local activity, and strict in communication with organizations, university and research centers that share of goal of sustainable development so that are not working in isolation. And I want to take the previous speech of Professor Baggio. This is the way to make connection between university from Ijuí, still Europe, but not just from Ijuí, Europe, for university all over the world, in America, in North America, South America, Africa, why no, Asia. Start connection to exchange this peculiarity and the difference of the ethnic, because I think the difference is the first important matter. We have to put our attention inside the little difference. You know, in America we have an excellent team of IOV members from various disciplines and from various countries. We collaborate actively with a number of universities for many years. We have been published a scientific journal in Bahrain, what is the country of our leader, the President Ali Abdullah Khalifa, with abstracts in 6 languages. Of course, we seek new partnership and opportunity to cooperate with IOV affiliates. We believe that this path will lead to greater understanding and closeness. The fact that I am here today speaking on this forum is proof of the successful partnership between the IOV and the Ijuí University, and we want these days to be beginning of a collaboration for the future with many other universities in different countries inside America. This is our hope, and thank you very much for listening.
Muito obrigada, professor Fabrício.
Thank you very much, Professor Fabrício. The organization team asks that you understand that we may alter our program. Today, our lunch is going to be at the Dutch House, and they are already there waiting for us.
Faremos uma pausa agora para o
So we are going to have a break now for lunch, and
na nossa programação,
and in our program, we were going to have a video with the president, with the chair of the Science and Technology Committee, but as we are not going to have this time, we made a few copies that I'm going to leave with Luciane. There are English and Portuguese copies of the text he is going to talk about, so we're going to replace the video by the text, so you can get your copy from Lucia, and the words from Professor Dr. Ana will be soon after our return at 1:30.
Às 13h30, poderemos nos encontrar aqui à frente.
At 1:30, we can meet here to plant the tree that is also part of our program. After that, we are going to come back here for the following panel, and we'll be waiting for you, all of you, to be here, so at 4:30 we can close our activities today. And then we'll have some free time to enjoy Expofest, to enjoy the park, the 2 stages that are going to have many different activities. So I would like to thank you all for watching us virtually up to now. And I would like to ask that you return from 2:30 onwards. We'll be live again with the rest of our program. Right? Thank you. Thank you for the technical team and everybody else, and see you soon.
13h30 faremos o plantio da árvore, que é aqui ao lado desse auditório.
1:30 we'll plant the tree. 2:30 we are going to return to the auditorium, and people that are virtually watching us, 2:30 it's the time for our return. Thank you very much, and let's have a great lunch with our Dutch friends. Thank you.
Quem quiser deixar seu material aqui no auditório.
If you want to leave all your materials here at the auditorium, you can leave it here because we're going to lock the room. Thank you.
She told me her name was Billie Jean as she caused the scene. Then every head turned with eyes a dream of being the one who will dance on the floor and around. People always told me, be careful what you do. Don't go around breaking young girls' hearts. And mother always told me, be careful who you love. Be careful what you do, 'cause a lie becomes a truth. Billie Jean is not my lover. She's just a girl who claims that I am the one. But the kid is not my son. She says I am the one, but the kid is not my son. For 40 days and for 40 nights, love was on her side. But who can stand when she's in the man? Her schemes and plans, 'cause we dance on the floor and around. So take my strong advice, just remember to always think twice. She told me, my baby, that's a threat, as she looked at me, then showed a photo of a baby cries, eyes would like mine. Go and dance on the floor and around. People always told me, be careful what you do. Don't go around breaking young girls' hearts. She came and stood right by me, then the smell of sweet perfume. This happened much too soon. She called me to her room. Billie Jean is not my lover. She's just a girl who claims that I am the one. But the kid is not my son. Billie Jean is not my lover. She's just a girl who claims that I am the one. But the kid is not my son. for a fool to cry. Sunday morning rain is falling. Still some covers share some skin. Clouds are shrouding us in moments unforgettable. You twist to fit the mold that I am in. But things just get so crazy. Living life gets hard to do. And I would gladly hit the road, get up and go if I knew that someday it would lead me back to you. That someday it will lead me back to you. That may be all I need. In darkness, He is all I see. Come and rest your bones with me, riding slow on Sunday morning, and I never want to live. Fingers trace your every outline, paint a picture with my hands. Back and forth we sway like branches in a storm. Change the weather, still together when it ends. That may be all I need. In darkness, He is all I see. Come and rest your bones with me, driving slow on Sunday morning, and I never want to live. But things just get so crazy. Living life gets hard to do. Sunday morning rain is falling, and I'm calling out to you, singing someday it will bring me back to you. Find a way to bring myself back home to you, and you may not know that maybe all I need. In darkness, He is all I see. Come and rest your bones with me, riding slow on Sunday morning, and I never want to live. That may be all I need. In darkness, He is all I see. Come and rest your bones with me, riding slow on Sunday morning, and I never want to live. My life is brilliant, my love is pure. I saw an angel, of that I'm sure. She smiled me on the subway, she was with another man, but I I won't lose no sleep on that, 'cause I've got a plan. You're beautiful, you're beautiful, you're beautiful, it's true. I saw your face in a crowded place, and I don't know what to do, 'cause I'll never be with you. Yes, she caught my eye as we walked on by. She could see from my face that I was flying high, and I don't think that I'll see her again. But we shared a moment that will last to the end. You're beautiful, you're beautiful, you're beautiful, it's true. I saw your face in a crowded place, and I don't know what to do, 'cause I'll never be with you. La da da da, la da da, la da da da. You're beautiful, you're beautiful, you're beautiful, it's true. There must be an angel with a smile on her face when she thought up that I should be with you. But it's time to face the truth. I will never be with you. Hey Jude, don't make it bad. Take a sad song and make it better. Remember to let her into your heart. Then you can start to make it better. Hey Jude, don't be afraid. You were made to go out and get her. The minute you let her under your skin, then you begin to make it better. And anytime you feel the pain, hey Jude, refrain. Don't carry the world upon your shoulders. For well you know that it's a fool who plays it cool by making his world a little colder. Hey Jude, don't let me down. You have found her, now go and get her. Remember to let her into your heart. Then you can start to make it better. So let it out and let it in. Hey Jude, begin. You're waiting for someone to perform with. And don't you know that it's just you? Hey Jude. Hey Jude, don't make it bad. Take a sad song and make it better. Remember to let her under your skin. Then you begin to make it better. Don't you worry about what's on your mind, woman. I'm in a hurry, I can take my time, woman. I'm going red and my tongue's getting tied. I'm off my head and my mouth getting dry. I'm high, but I try, woman. Let's spend the night together. Now I need you more than ever. Let's spend the night together now. Na, 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 na. I feel so strong that I can't disguise, woman. But I just can't apologize, oh no. Don't hang me up and don't let me down. We could have fun just grooving around and round and round and oh mama. Let's spend the night together. Now I need you more than ever. Let's spend the night together now. Let's spend the night together. Now I need you more than ever. Let's spend the night together now. You know I'm smiling, baby. You need some guiding, baby. I'm just deciding, baby, now. Let's spend the night together. Now I need you more than ever. Let's spend the night together now. This doesn't happen to me work, I just take time. And all through my coffee break time, I say a little prayer for you. Forever, forever, you stay in my heart, and I love you forever and never. We'll never will part. How I love you together, together. That's how it must be. Without you, Lord, it's been heartbreak for me. My darling, believe me. For me, there is no one but you. Oh, please love me true. I'm in love with you. Answer my prayer now, baby. I'm in love with you. Oh, please love me true. Answer my prayer. Answer my prayer now, baby. Answer my prayer. Answer my prayer now, baby. I'm in love with you. So please love me true. Sometimes I get a feeling I was back in your days long ago. When we were kids, when we were young, things seemed so perfect, you know. The days were endless, we were crazy, we were young. The sun was always shining, we just lived for fun. Sometimes it seems like lately, I just don't know. The rest of my life's been just a show. 'Cause those were the days of our lives. The bad things in life were so few. Those days are all gone now, but one thing is true. When I look and I find I still love you. You can't turn back the clock, can't turn back the tide. Ain't that a shame? I like to go back one time on a roller coaster ride, when life was just a game. No use in sitting thinking of what you did, when you can lay back and enjoy it through your kids. Sometimes it seems like lately I just don't know. Better sit back and go with the flow. 'Cause these are the days of our lives. They've flown in the swiftness of time. These days are all gone now, but some things remain. When I look and I find no change. is all that you can say. Years gone by and still words don't come easily, like sorry, sorry. Forgive me is all that you can say. Years gone by and still words don't come easily, like forgive me, forgive me. But you can say, baby, baby, can I hold you tonight? Maybe if I told you the right words at the right time, you'd be mine. I love you is all that you can't say. Years gone by and still words don't come easily, like I love you, I love you. But you can say, baby, baby, can I hold you tonight? Maybe if I told you the right words at the right time, you'd be mine. Baby, can I hold you tonight? Maybe if I told you the right words at the right time, you'd be mine.
I could stay awake just to hear you breathing, watch you smile while you were sleeping, while you're far away and dreaming. I could spend my life in this sweet surrender. I could stay lost in this moment forever. Every moment spent with you is a moment I treasure. Don't wanna close my eyes, don't wanna fall asleep, 'cause I'd miss you, babe, and I don't wanna miss a thing. 'Cause even when I dream of you, sweetest dream will never do. I'd still miss you, babe, and I don't wanna miss a thing. Lying close to you, feeling your heart beating, and I'm wondering what you're dreaming, wondering if it's me you're seeing. Then I kiss your eyes, thank God we're together, yeah. I just wanna stay with you in this moment forever, forever and ever. I don't wanna close my eyes, don't wanna fall asleep, 'cause I'd miss you, babe, and I don't wanna miss a thing. 'Cause even when I dream of you, the sweetest dream will never do. I'd still miss you, babe, and I don't wanna miss a thing. I don't wanna miss one smile, I don't wanna miss one kiss. I just wanna be with you, right here with you, and just like this. I just wanna hold you close, feel your heart so close to mine, and just stay here in this moment for all the rest of time. I don't wanna close my eyes, I don't wanna fall asleep, 'cause I'd miss you, babe, and I don't wanna miss a thing. 'Cause even when I dream of you, the sweetest dream will never do. I'd still miss you, babe, and I don't wanna miss a thing. I don't wanna close my eyes, I don't wanna fall asleep, 'cause I'd miss you, babe, and I don't wanna miss a thing. 'Cause even when I dream of you.
Stay in bed all morning just to pass the time. There's something wrong here that can be no denying. One of us is changing, or maybe we've just stopped trying. And it's too late, baby, now it's too late. Though we really did try to make it. Something inside has died, and I can't hide, and I just can't fake it. Used to be so easy living here with you. You were light and breezy, and I knew just what to do. Now you look so unhappy, and I feel like a fool. And it's too late, baby, now it's too late. Though we really did try to make it. Something inside has died, and I can't hide, and I just can't fake it. Whoa. Something inside has died, and I can't hide, and I just can't fake it. There'll be good times again for me and you, but we just can't stay together, don't you feel it too? Still I'm glad for what we had, and how I once loved you. Oh, oh. But it's too late, baby, now it's too late. Though we really did try to make it. Something inside has died, and I can't hide, and I just can't fake it.
Try now, we can walk.
Try to set the night on fire. No time to hesitate through. No time to wallow in the mire. Try now, we can only lose, and our love become a funeral pyre. Come on, baby, light my fire. Come on, baby, light my fire. Try to set the night on fire. You know that it would be untrue. You know that I won't be a liar if I were to say to you, girl, it couldn't get much higher. Come on, baby, light my fire. Come on, baby, light my fire. Try to set the night on fire. Try to set the night on fire. Come on, baby, light my fire. Come on, baby, light my fire. Come on, baby, light my fire. crazy little thing called love. This thing called love, it cries and it cries at night. It swings, it jives, it shakes all over like a jellyfish. I kinda like it. Crazy little thing called love. There goes my baby. He knows how to rock and roll, but he drives me crazy. He gives me hot and cold fever, leaves me in the cool, cool sweet. I gotta be cool, relax, get hit, get on my tracks, take a back seat, hitchhike, and take a long ride on my motorbike until I'm ready. Crazy little thing called love. Crazy little thing called love. There goes my baby. He knows how to rock and roll. He just drives me crazy. He gives me hot and cold fever and leaves me in a cool, cool sweet. Gotta be cool, relax, get hit, and get on my tracks. Take a back seat, hitchhike, and take a long ride on my motorbike until I'm ready. Crazy little thing called love. Crazy little thing called love. Crazy little thing, love. You with the sad eyes, don't be discouraged, though I realize it's hard to take courage in a world full of people. You can lose sight of it all, and the darkness inside you can make you feel so small. And I see your true colors shining through. I see your true colors, and that's why I love you. So don't be afraid to let them show your true colors. True colors are beautiful like a rainbow. Show me your smile then. Don't be unhappy, can't remember when I last saw you laughing. If this world makes you crazy and you've taken all you can bear, you call me up because you know I'll be there. And I see your true colors shining through. I see your true colors, and that's why I love you. So don't be afraid to let them show your true colors. True colors are beautiful like a rainbow. Show me your smile then. Don't be unhappy, can't remember when I last saw you laughing. If this this world makes you crazy and you've taken all you can bear, just call me up because you know I'll be there. And I see your true colors shining through. I see your true colors, and that's why I love you. So don't be afraid to let them show your true colors. True colors are beautiful. I see your true colors, and that's why I love you. So don't be afraid to let them show your true colors. True colors are beautiful, like the
in a rush to throw you away. Do you know what it feels like to be the last one to know the lock on the door has changed? When birds flying south is a sign of changes. At least you can predict this every year. Love, you never know the minute it ends. Suddenly I can't get to speak. Maybe if I knew all the things that took to save us, I could fix the pain that bleeds inside of me. Look in your eyes to see there's something about me. I'm standing on the edge and I don't know what else to give. Do you know what it feels like loving someone that's in a rush to throw you away? Do you know what it feels like to be the last one to know the lock on the door has changed? How can I love you? How can I love you? How can I love you? Oh, if you just don't talk to me, babe. Flowing through my head is the question, is she needing another side of a man I cannot be? Looking at the last 3 years like I did, I can never see us ending like this. Do you know, seeing your face no more on my pillow, it's a scene I said never happened to me. Do you know? But after this episode that I now see, you can never tell how the next thing life could be. Do you know what it feels like loving someone that's in a rush to throw you away? Do you know what it feels like to be the last one to know the lock on the door has changed?
Fly me to the moon and let me play among the stars. Let me see what spring is like on Jupiter and Mars. In other words, hold my hand. In other words, darling, kiss me. Fill my heart with songs and let me sing forevermore. You are all I long for, all I worship and adore. In other words, please be true. In other words, I love you. Fill my heart with songs, let me sing forevermore. You are all I long for, all I worship and adore. In other words, please be true. In other words, I love you.
So she took her love for to gaze a while upon the fields of barley. In his arms she fell as her hair came down among the fields of gold. Will you stay with me? Will you be my love among the fields of barley? We'll forget the sun in his jealous sky as we lie in fields of gold. See the west wind move like a lover's soul upon the fields of barley. Feel her body rise when you kiss her mouth among the fields of gold. I never made promises I made, and there have been some that I've broken, but I swear in the days still left we'll walk in fields of gold. We'll walk in fields of gold. Many years have passed since those summer days among the fields of barley. See the children run as the sun goes down among the fields of gold. You remember me when the west wind moves upon the fields of barley. You can tell the sun in his jealous sky when we walked in fields of gold. When we walked in fields of gold. When we walked in fields of gold. When we walked in the fields of gold. When we walked
If you leave me now, you take away the biggest part of me. Oh, baby, please don't go. And if you leave me now, you take away the very heart of me. Oh, baby, please don't go. Girl, I just want you to stay. A love like ours, love is hard to find. How could we let it slip away? We've gone too far to leave it all behind. How could we end it all this way? When tomorrow comes and we both regret the things we said today. Take away the very heart of me. Oh, baby, please don't go. Girl, I just want you to stay. A love like ours, love that's hard to find. How could we let it slip away. We've come too far to leave it all behind. How could we end it all this way when tomorrow comes and we both regret the things we said today?
Start spreading the news. I'm leaving today. I wanna be a part of it. New York, New York. These vagabond shoes are longing to stray right through the very heart of it. New York, New York. I wanna wake up in a city that doesn't sleep and find I'm king of the hill, top of the heap. These little town blues are melting away. I'll make a brand new start of it in old New York. If I can make it there, I'll make it anywhere. It's up to you, New York, New York. These vagabond shoes are longing to stray right through the very heart of it. New York, New York. I want to wake up in a city that never sleeps and find I'm a number one, top of the list, king of the hill. These little town blues are melting away. I'll make a brand new start of it in old New York. If I can make it there, I'll make it anywhere. It's up to you, New York, New York.
Everybody comes to Hollywood. They wanna make it in the neighborhood. They like the smell of it in Hollywood. How could it hurt? she's spoken to, down to me, the change has come, she's under my thumb. She's under my thumb. I can't get no satisfaction. I can't get no satisfaction. 'Cause I try and I try and I try and I try. I can't get no. I can't get no. When I'm driving in my car, that man keeps on the radio. He's telling me more and more about some useless information supposed to fire my imagination. I can't get no. Oh no, no. Hey, hey, hey. That's what I say. I can't get no satisfaction. I can't get no satisfaction. 'Cause I try and I try and I try and I try. I can't get no. I can't get no. When I'm watching my TV and that man keeps on telling me how white my shirts can be. Well, it can be mad 'cause it doesn't smoke the same cigarette as me. I can't get no. Oh no, no. That's what I say. Michelle, my belle, these are words that go together well. My Michelle, Michelle, ma belle, sont les mots qui vont très bien ensemble. Très share. I never meant to cause you any sorrow. I never meant to cause you any pain. I only wanted one time to see you laughing. I only wanted to see you laughing in the purple rain. Purple rain, purple rain. Purple rain, purple rain. Purple rain, purple rain. I only wanted to see you bathing in the purple rain. I never wanted to be your weekend lover. I only wanted to be some kind of friend. Baby, I could never steal you from another. It's such a shame our friendship had to end. Purple rain, purple rain. Purple rain, purple rain. Purple rain, purple rain. I only wanted to see you underneath the purple rain. Oh honey, I know, I know, I know. Times are changing. It's time we all reach out for something new. That means you too. You say you want a leader, but you can't seem to make up your mind. I think you better close it and let me guide you to the purple rain. Purple rain, purple rain. Purple rain, purple rain. Purple rain, purple rain. I only want to see you, I only want to see you in the purple rain. Was meant to treat the water to give it a try. Please give me something, 'cause someday I might know my heart. You only waited up for hours just to spend a little time alone with me. And I can say I've never bought you flowers. I can't work out what they mean. Never thought that I loved someone that was someone else's dream. 'Cause you give me something that makes me scared, alright. This could be nothing, but I'm willing to give it a try. Please give me something.
Ele. Diga-me.
Isso aqui é de fibra de ótica. Não tem metal dentro. Só 60 metros.
60?
Sem perda. Só ele tem... Entra aqui e sai lá. Se tem outras coisas no centro.
Sério?
É,
só do lado?
Olha. Bem legal. Não é caro.
Que caixinha?
Ei.
Não, o banner nós já tá ali dentro.
PC. Ficou muito famoso na época do Fernando Collor.
ei, ei. Ei, 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 ei. Ele tá cortado. Tá me ouvindo? Ei, 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 ei. Ei, só. Ei, só. Vou deixar ele
sing long. You are the breathless hush of evening that trembles on the brink of a lovely song. You are the angel glow that lights a star, the dearest things I know are what you are. Someday my happy arms will hold you, and someday I know that moment divine when all the things you are mine. You are the breathless hush of evening that trembles on the brink of a lovely song. You are the angel glow that lights a star, the dearest things I know are what you are. Someday my happy arms will hold you, and someday I know that moment divine when all the things you are mine, are mine, are mine.
last forever. They say we're too young to get ourselves sprung. Oh, we didn't care, we made it very clear. And they also said that we couldn't last together. See, it's very defined, girl, you're one of a kind, but you must share my mind. You want to get declined, oh Lord, my baby is driving me crazy. You're way too beautiful, girl, that's why it'll never work. You'll have me suicidal, suicidal when you say it's over. Damn, all these beautiful girls, they only wanna do your dirt. They'll have you suicidal, suicidal when they say it's over. It was back in '99, watching movies all the time. Oh, when I went away for doing my first crime, and I never thought that we was gonna see each other. And then I came out, mommy moved me down south. Oh, I'm with my girl who I thought was my world. It came out to be that she wasn't the girl for me. See, it's very defined, girl, you're one of a kind, but you must share my mind. You want to get declined, oh Lord, my baby is driving me crazy. You're way too beautiful, girl, that's why it'll never work. You'll have me suicidal, suicidal when you say it's over. Damn, all these beautiful girls, they only wanna do your dirt. They'll have you suicidal, suicidal when they say it's over. Now we're fussing and now we're fighting. Please tell me why I'm feeling slighted, and I don't know how to make it better. You're dating other guys, you're telling me lies. Oh, I can't believe what I'm seeing with my eyes. I'm losing my mind, and I don't think it's clever. You're way too beautiful, girl, that's why it'll never work. You'll have me suicidal, suicidal when you say it's over.
I never meant to cause you any sorrow. I never meant to cause you any pain. Only one time see you laughing. I only want to see you laughing in the purple rain, purple rain, purple rain, purple rain, purple rain, purple rain, purple rain. I only want to see you laughing in the purple rain. I never want to be a weekend lover. I only want to be some kind of friend. Baby, I could never steal you from another. It's such a shame our friendship had to end. Purple rain, purple rain, purple rain, purple rain. It's time we reach out for something new. That means you too. You say you want a leader, but you can't seem to make up your mind. I think you better close it and let me
Alô?
guide you.
Abre esse para mim, por favor. Alô? 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 Não. Alô? Por gentileza, a próxima palestra agora da professora doutora Ana vai precisar do aparelhinho de tradução. Ela vai fazer a palestra em inglês. Então, quem devolveu o aparelho, se quiser retirar um novo, é só falar com as meninas ali para pegar o aparelhinho novamente. Quem já está com o seu, tudo bem. Antes de continuarmos, eu queria dar um aviso. O presidente Clerton trouxe umas bandeiras e botões da IOV que estão à venda. O valor é R$50 a bandeira. Quem comprar a bandeira ganha o botão e a revista da IOV. Então, quem tiver interesse, adquira a sua bandeira e o seu botão. Agora à tarde vai funcionar assim. Teremos então uma explanação da professora doutora Ana Kraksha. E depois nós teremos o terceiro painel, que será o relato de experiências bem-sucedidas da diversidade das expressões culturais e patrimônio cultural imaterial, com explicitação dos desafios da continuidade e sustentabilidade pelas gerações futuras. Então, nós teremos um breve relato de algumas comunicações e gostaria também de saber dos amigos dos outros países, se mais alguém quer se inscrever para esse relato.
To this report.
O professor Laírton está com as fichas lá e está anotando as pessoas que desejam fazer suas comunicações. Serão comunicações breves para que nós possamos encerrar essa parte da atividade até às 16h30.
Up to 4:30 p.m.
Todos já retiraram seus aparelhos? Quem deseja
Have you
o tradutor?
taken your devices if you need translation?
Bom, então se todos já estão com seus aparelhos.
So, if everybody has your device, so let's keep going. I'd like to call Professor Dr. Ana Kraska, President of Europe, IOV Europe, that's going to talk about the importance, priority, partnerships, and academic and scientific perspective of IOV Europe. Please, Professor.
Welcome, everybody. Thank you for coming. I would like to thank the organizers of the second IOV Assembly of the Americas for inviting me to participate and present my paper on IOV Science and Research Commission for Europe. To be precise, my presentation, this commission I have been chairing since its creation in 2017. It grew from the IOV Science and Research Commission for Central and Eastern Europe, which I had cherished between 2009 and 2017. Broadening the field of activities of this commission onto the whole of Europe was definitely justified. For countries, Europe has been one civilization, culture. It has always functioned as a cultural unity. Intercultural relationships among European nations have undergone a long-lasting and complicated history, which began when Indo-European tribes first appeared on the territory of Europe with Ugro-Finnish and Turkish tribes, taking the adjoining areas. Formation of the European Cultural Commonwealth was based on the common Indo-European heritage. It was also brought about by some other factors, such as the common type of production, mainly agrarian, which created definite forms of psychosocial expression. In terms of religion, Europe has always been perceived as a distinct and unified region in both historical ethnographic and historical folkloristic terms. Its common ideological and philosophical roots were derived mainly from two basic versions of Christianity, Western and Eastern, with Rome and Byzantium as their centers of gravitation. Christianity merged with ethnic cultures in processes of acculturation to create this stock of cultural universals common to sub-regional variants of European cultures. Their ethnic identity was, of course, defined by cultural determinants, which were conditioned by socio-economic factors and the level of civilization. However, from the perspective of all sub-regions of Europe, they might be viewed as cultural universals, common to cultures remaining in direct or indirect historical geographical contact with one another, inter-ethnic relations created by trade, migratory and missionary movements, etc. Hence, worldwide folkloristic and ethnological research points to existence of universal folk ideas which, in spite of undergoing manifold modifications in concrete milieu and regional cultures, have remained significant elements of the European community, stable parameters of European mentality different from Arabic, African, or Asian. Cultural differentiation of European sub-regions was caused mainly by various specific ways of structuring these ideas within particular cultures. Although cultural phenomena have developed differently in various environments in Europe, affinities between those coming from different geographical regions of the continent may prove to be historically connected. Thus, European culture is a pluribus unum, a unity of ethnic diversities, a metaphorical patchwork of various cultures and ethnicities sewn together. Nowadays, there is a strong movement towards European unity in politics, culture, and civilization, as evidenced by various ideologies and policies of the European Union. Nobody wants Europe divided, split, as it was, for example, in the second half of the 20th century. Tendencies to integrate, to propagate, and to strengthen the idea of the common European home have played a central role among many positive developments characteristic of contemporary social political life in Europe. From the point of view of ethnology and folkloristics, this idea is not merely a metaphor of the contemporary political climate, but a cultural reality. In folk culture, this unity has been evidenced by centuries-long pan-European proliferation of various folk motifs. Therefore, the process in question is not one of building a common European home, but rather of renovating and strengthening it. Let me now proceed to a brief presentation of the field of activities and tasks of the IOV Science and Research Commission for Europe. The scope of the Commission's scientific and research activities comprises primarily Slavic and non-Slavic cultural heritage viewed in two different perspectives. One, the cultural individuality of particular ethnoses within Europe, their cultural distinctive features, and two, their common features, cultural universals combining individual nations within the broader community of European nations. A broad consideration of two religions, Western Christianity and Eastern Orthodox Christianity, and their system of values will be important for reconstruction of the traditional vision of man and the world, characteristic of the component ethnic cultures of the IOV Science and Research Commission for Europe. We emphasize the correspondence between traditional and contemporary aspects of anthropologically oriented studies in folklore. The research considers both spiritual and social areas of folk culture of European nations, with their material culture as a context. Investigations are made into both traditional verbal folklore, its various genres along with their inherent ethnosophy, and multi-coded folk messages, verbal musical dancing. The latter category comprises primarily the folk drama of the liturgical calendar, ritual year, and of the family calendar, principal rites of passage. Comparative studies of the folkloric ritual calendar include, for example, similarities and differences of its elements across the folklore of various nations, or patterns of the transformation in contemporary culture. To illuminate changes in contemporary culture, it is also indispensable to take into account the forms of folklore and folklorism functioning within contemporary mass culture, cultural unification. The other principal activities of the IOV Science and Research Commission for Europe result from the general program of activities of IOV UNESCO. They comprise building bridges among peoples and nations through undertaking common research, articulation and reception of their cultures, preservation of intangible culture and archaic phenomena in various folk cultures, accumulation, systematization and spreading of Slavonic and non-Slavonic cultural heritage, working out a technology of transfer of folk records on digital repositories of information. Comparative analysis of folklore phenomena are presented at international congresses, conferences, seminars, symposia, both European and worldwide. Common publication projects are also pursued, for example, a monograph of annual cycle of rights in different countries. The IOV Science and Research Commission for Europe also stimulates research into the folk cultures by European nations and forwards scientific expertise and advice on organization of conferences, folk art exhibitions, and other cultural events. The IOV Science and Research Commission for Europe also engages in scientific cooperation with IOV scientific commissions for the other continents. For example, common research projects and their promotion of IOV world meetings and international scientific organizations outside IOV structures. The general program of activities of the IOV Science and Research Commission for Europe includes, in particular, establishing a website of the Commission for presentation of its scientific research, bibliography of publications, and curriculum vitae of its members of their most recent publications, information about organized conferences, etc. Organization of cyclical conferences, seminars, symposia, that scope depends on availability of funds in the countries represented by members of the Commission. They focus on the field of scientific research into the ethnic cultures represented here, both regional, local, and comparative. Participation of members of the Commission in other conferences organized within IOV structures, working out mechanisms of fundraising for popularization of result of research into significant problems of folk culture in the contemporary era of globalization, scientific expertise and advice on organization of world IOV meetings, and of course, recruiting new members of the Commission. These types of activity are well illustrated by the IOV European Scientific Conferences, which have constituted a very significant realm of activities in the past 40 years of history of our organization. They were of great scientific and educational value. They have also strengthened integration of members of our organization. The participants of these conferences have come from countries of the East and of the West, of the North and of the South, to discuss and get to know the specific nature of various European cultures, as well as their connections with non-European cultures, the features that are common to all, many or a few of them cultural universals, and those which are particular to each culture, cultural specificity. This mode of cooperation is especially appropriate for our organization, which accomplishes the ideological principles of UNESCO to build mutual understanding and peaceful cooperation of nations, and thus to overcome all barriers and divisions among them, political, economic, racial, religious, and others. In the last over 30 years of IOV activity in Europe, 14 European scientific conferences of folk culture have been organized. Let me remember them. The first conference, entitled Future of European Cultural Heritage, was held in Bursa, Turkey in June 1998. The second, entitled The Role of Folk Culture in Creating the Common European Home, was held in Novgorod, Russia in 1999. The third conference, entitled Threats to Folk Cultures, was held in Szarvár, Hungary in 1992. The fourth conference, entitled Cultural Identity of Ethnic Minorities in Unifying Europe, chances for safeguarding and threats, was held in France in 1994. The fifth conference, entitled Condition of Folk Culture on the Threshold of the Third Millennium, was held in Mautendorf, Austria in 1996. The sixth conference, entitled Threats of Folk Culture in the Processes of European Integration, was held in Minsk, Belarus in 1997. The seventh conference, entitled Folk Culture and Tourism, was held in Nicosia, Cyprus in September 1998. The eighth conference, entitled Chances for Folk Culture in the Process of European Integration, was held in Bucharest, Sibiu, and Deva, Romania in 1999. The ninth conference, entitled Folk Culture and Tourism and Their Contribution to the Culture of Peace, was held in Colmar, France in 2000. The 10th conference, entitled Europe of Nations and Folk Cultures, was held in Vienna, Austria, Trenčanske Teplice, Slovakia, and Szarvár, Hungary in May 2002. It was the first European conference across borders. It took place in 3 neighboring countries in Central Europe. The 11th conference, entitled The Universal Values and National Distinctness of Traditional European Cultures, was held in Lublin and Kazimierz Dolny, Poland in 2004. Selected papers from this conference were published in the bilingual monograph Polish-English, edited by Mieczysław Marczuk, Lublin 2004. The 12th conference, entitled Folk Culture as a Source of National Symbols in Times of Globalization, was held in Lublin, Poland in 2010. The 13th conference, entitled Roots and Roots of Traditional European Cultures in 21st Century, was held in Kiev and Sevastopol, Ukraine in 2014. Select papers from this conference were published in the bilingual monograph Ukrainian-English, edited by Larisa Vaknina, Kyiv, 2017. The 14th conference, entitled Between Folk Culture and Global Culture in Contemporary Europe, was held in Andorf, Austria in 2017. Select papers from this conference were published in the scientific monograph published under the auspices of IOV World, edited by me and published by the Polish section of IOV Lublin and the International Organization of Folk Art, Communication and Publication Commission, the Kingdom of Bahrain, 2019. Here is the Here is a copy of this book. Let me present it to the organizers of your assembly. Is Professor Baggio? For you. Thank you for your hospitality and etc., etc., etc. Now, the title formula of this monograph includes two key concepts, folk culture and global culture, which are very meaningful when related to the sphere of culture. They emphasize the dynamic nature of the cultural processes involved. The word between implied both continuity and change, and it is this dynamics of change within various European ethnocultures which constitutes the focus of attention. This fundamental category organizes the set of operational concepts which are acculturation, globalization, civil stylization, heritageization, cultural heritage, neo-folklore, cultural identity, transformation, ethnic group, tradition versus modernity, revitalization, contemporary folk culture, intangible heritage, cultural policy, desacralization, multicultural folk culture, multicultural society, ethnicity, ethnic minority. The authors present their investigations into the folk cultures of Austria, Belarus, Italy, Lithuania, Latvia, Poland, and Ukraine. All these conferences presented scientific research motivated by strong and genuine interest in folk culture per se, without any ideology or politics. They have created a meaningful tradition and a high standard. The common denominator of all these conferences was the category of cultural tradition understood as the heritage of the past, as a set of axiological codes which determine the identity of European nations and the tendencies of their change in the present world, including the tendency towards erasing differences among various cultures. These conferences would not take place without the support of the following institutions on the levels of ministries of culture in the countries of the organizers, academies of sciences and universities, especially my university, Maria Curie Skłodowska University in Lublin, Poland, the organizer of 2 European conferences, and the Rilski Institute of Art Studies of Folklore and Ethnology, National Academy of Sciences of Ukraine, the organizer of the conference in Sevastopol, Crimea, a year before its annexation by Russia. Municipal authorities and especially the national sections of IOV in the European countries which organize these conferences. During the IOV Europe meeting in June this year in Valencia, Spain, I proposed the plan of activities of the IOV Science and Research Commission for Europe after the epidemic. There and then it was decided that the 15th and 16th European conferences of folk culture will take place in 2023 in Bergamo, Italy, and in University of Molise in Campobasso, Italy, respectively. The first of these conferences, proposed by IOV General Secretary Fabrizio Cataneo, will be titled The Manifestations of the Spirit of the Planet. The second, proposed and to be organized by Professor Letizia Bindi, member of the steering committee of the IOV Science and Research Commission for Europe from the University of Molise and her team, is titled Intangible Territories, Cultural Heritage, Popular Traditions and Local Communities Participation, and will consider the following two groups of issues. One, the participatory inventory of traditional folk groups and festivals. Two, the value and to use of information and communication technology in the safeguard and valorization of the intangible cultural heritage. Intangible cultural heritage. Originally, the 15th European Scientific Conference of Folk Culture, completely organized by the IOV Latvian section and the Ethnographic Open Air Museum of Latvia, titled Folk Handicraft in European Social Space, Artistry and Cultural Practices, and ready to take place, was prevented by the outbreak of the epidemic. We plan to hold in it 2024 and hope that the situation in Eastern Europe will make this plan possible. So in the next moment, in the next 2 years, Polish music. In next two years, the Science and Research Commission for Europe will organize 3 European conferences of folk culture. In Bergamo, Molise, in Bergamo perhaps, Molise and Riga. In the following part of my paper, I would like to present my most recent proposal, inspired by the program of your assembly and the possibilities of international cooperation implied by it, the cooperation between the IOV Science and Research Commission for Europe and the IOV Science and Research Commission for the Americas. It concerns a crucial problem in contemporary Europe and the world, that is wandering, traveling cultures. Let me now outline the theoretical basis of such research into ethnic markers of ethnicity in diasporic space. It may be illuminated from three perspectives. The first is the perspective of tourism, a short-term journey. Contemporary cultural tourism concerns individual unprogrammed traveling. It refers to the aesthetics of pleasure. It mythologizes the countries to which it invites. As defined by a Polish anthropologist of culture, it involves a standardized and commercialized flirt with otherness. Elements of the culture of otherness become consumers' goods in the cultural supermarket of culture. The second perspective of viewing wandering, traveling cultures concerns contemporary European pendular migration to such countries as, for example, Holland, Belgium, Italy, Great Britain, Ireland, and Germany, and its attendant combination of spiral selfhood determined by constant traveling and redefinition of one's own and others' identities in the target society, and kaleidoscopic selfhood, which treats culture as a set of instruments to be selected from and used by migrants according to their current needs. The third is the perspective of diaspora, and it has constituted, for example, the subject of my study of American multiculturalism for the past many years. I have copy my book. English version, of course, on these problems, published by Maria Skłodowska University and Columbia University Press, New York. And I would like to present to the organizers of your assembly, Professor Baggio, and to the IOV Secretary General Fabrizio Cataneo. Please. The category of diaspora pertains to collective migration, with its members traveling as individuals, families, or in various other configurations. Diaspora is the place of formation of long-term or permanent communities. It creates a cartography of displacement. There is a long history of diasporic traveling, especially to the United States and Brazil. And this experience enables formulation of certain general laws which pertain to the majority of European cultures transplanted through migration. They entail consideration of some crucial questions which arise from dynamic relationship between the pre-emigration culture, the culture of origin, the source culture, and the post-emigration culture, which results from a clash of the source culture with the target culture of the country of immigration. As we know, diaspora denotes the dispersion from. Its First phase constitutes relocation of the source culture to other spaces to build a new anthropological locus, the diasporic home. This process is defined as the homing and rooting of diaspora. There is a diversity of elements of the source culture which create the homing of diaspora for various Slavic and non-Slavic wandering, traveling cultures. This diversity depends mainly on the nature of the starting point, mental stop, on whether a migrating culture belonged to the realm of high culture, elitist, or low culture, folk culture, regional, local. In the case of most Slavic peoples in the Czech Republic, Slovakia, Belarus, Ukraine, the Balkan countries, they constitute ethnic nations, to use Miroslav Hroch term. The national culture was dominated by the folk culture. On the other hand, in Poland and other state nations, there was a distinction between the grand tradition, high elitist culture of the educated, which fixed intellectual norms for the entire society, and the small tradition, peasant folk culture, specific to various ethnographic region as a component of the entire national tradition. In the diaspora space, both European and non-European, such cultures are defined as ethnic. For example, in the biggest and oldest diaspora in the United States of America, a division was created into the mainstream culture, WASP, white Anglo-Saxon Protestants, and their minorities culture, ethnic culture, Pigs, Poles, Italian, Greeks, Slavs, mainly that of Euro-immigrants. As we know, thus, in a multicultural society, ethnicity is a category of difference between I and the others. In cultural studies, this category is variously defined in terms of national groups, social groups, cultural ethos, comprising definite values and symbols of people speaking the same language or belonging to the same historically determined culture. Ethnic identity, ethnic origin, and ethnocentrism are crucial concepts in the field of ethnic studies. Ethnic identity derives from ethnic origin of the country of origin. It is emblematized by the common name of a given ethnos, which identifies it and expresses its essence. For example, Polish American, Greek American, Italian American, etc. The power of such identification is comprised of the following factors: the myth of common ancestry, which includes the idea of common origin in time and space, and endows the ethnos with a sense of metaphorical kinship, the concept of superfamily. A shared historical memory, especially the memory of common past heroes and events, such crucial elements of the common culture as religion, customs, and language. Ties with the homeland, either real, strengthened through visits, extending material help, etc., or symbolic, as attachment to the land of common ancestors. A sense of communal solidarity cherished by at least a part of the population belonging to a given ethnos. All these are oriented towards the past, the origin of ancestors of a diasporic community, toward the a vital historical memory, including especially the golden age of a community, of the social, artistic, and spiritual flourishing of its ethnos. The markers of ethnicity, understood as signs of identification with culture of the country of origin, clearly differentiate two spheres of the diasporic space: the private phase of ethnicity and the public phase of ethnicity. The first one, developed in diaspora, pertains both to the space of home of the ethnic family and the institutionalized space created by ethnic non-profit organizations and institutions. Within the ethnic group or subgroup, treated as a great superfamily, it concerns mostly festive time as distinct from everyday time, the industrial time subordinated to economic rigors, the time of work. In the private phase of ethnicity, it is the language or dialect of the country of origin, which is the means of communication of cultural content in the realm of festive time, especially for the first and second generation immigrants. Such private expressions of ethnic culture pertain mostly to the principal rites of passage of the ritual of baptism, marriage, funeral, social customs and rituals of the liturgical calendar. And it is here that the religion of faith, religious cult, and the religion of faithfulness to the roots create a cohesive whole and strengthened ties within a group. Patterns of traditional behavior transferred into the diaspora space yield to gradual deethnization, but this process becomes conspicuous only in subsequent generations of immigrants. Typical immigrants of the first and second generations display liminal identity, imitative identity, like in a mirror, marked by strong adherence to the source culture. This cultural mechanism applies also to the principal feasts in Christian liturgical calendar, Christmas and Easter. It has to be emphasized that in diasporic communities, not only in the USA, the social position of Christian church, both Western Roman and Eastern Byzantine, is particularly strong. In celebrations of festive time, deterritorialization of the source culture usually does not entail acceptance of the cultural patterns proposed by the dominant culture. For example, the relation of WASP culture to ethnic cultures within the frame of political correctness, but rather reproduction, annual renewal of the ethnic model of ritualized complex of accepted behaviors. This model is dominated by religiously defined cultic behaviors, much stronger than by the ideology of consumerism, defined by processes of globalization. And again, complete reproduction of such model concerns mostly immigrants of the first and second generations, liminal identity, imitative identity. For their subsequent generations, it is only their select elements which become significant. The public face of ethnicity in a diaspora space is comprised mainly of the forms of performative culture, which are elements of long-term culture of an ethnic group or subgroup, such as dance, music, songs, costume, etc. They constitute its external expression during various kinds of ethnic festivals, festivities, and days of cultural heritage. Such forms of ethnic identification testify to the power of an ethnicity. They manifest its source culture and create a memory model comprised of its distinctive features to be recognized by both us and others. Ethno-marketing, ethno-business, ethnicity incorporated, according to John and Jean Komarov, is a specific type of the public face of ethnicity. It combines culture and property, the past and the present, identity and business, commodification of culture. Thus, cultural identity is at the core of such attractive ethnicity, incorporated. Such ethno-business concerns mostly ethnic food, numerous ethnic restaurants and markets selling such foods. For example, the Casa here, the Casa Polonaise, Casa Italiana, etc. Yes, but also ethnic costume, both authentic and stylized, ethnic fashion, traditional craft and folk art souvenirs. Launching ethnically make products, reification of culture, contributes to the good marks of this ethnicity and strengthens its prestige within a multicultural society. Last paragraph. Despite the expansion of globalization and consumerism in the contemporary world, the issue of diaspora ethnic identity is still vital in the 21st century, and the cultural markers of ethnicity, ethno-images, still function as strong integrating factors which oppose assimilation and globalization, and as long as a diasporic community cherishes ethnic pride, appreciation of the aesthetic and ideological values of its source culture, it will be transmitted to subsequent generations born already under the condition of diaspora to be treasured and sustained to preserve the essential distinctive features of this ethnic group. Thus, the diasporic space, along with wandering images of folk cultures, create a possibility for exchange of scientific ideas on the global scale among the IOV Science and Research Commission for the continents. And this is indeed what I propose on behalf of the IOV Science and Research Commission for Europe to be discussed and formulated as a future global research plan for the Science and Research Commission for Brazil and for the Americas. Thank you for your attention.
Eu só queria aproveitar
I would like to take this moment to thank especially to Professor Dr. Anna. I heard what you said. I took a look at your books. I'm really thankful. Because on your work, there's a lot of things that we would like to hear. Thank you for coming. I would like to tell you to be sure that your scientific academic contribution is very valuable for us, and we would like to connect with your work further. Thank you for coming. It was a great pleasure and bringing your kind husband with you, and the books that are going to be really useful for our ethnicities. Thank you.
Para dar continuidade, então, à nossa programação.
Keep going on our agenda. Let's go to the third panel. There is a experience report, well succeeded, from the Intangible Cultural Heritage University, presenting the challenges of continuity and sustainability for next generations. I'd like to call Professor Laírton to be here with me, to join me, so we can call the first people that have subscribed themselves for these brief reports. They'll be really brief, in 3 to 5 minutes, depending on the presentation. So Laírton is going to play a role that nobody likes to do it in assemblies and congresses, which is take care of the time. So you know that we want to have some time to see the presentations and the stages. So Professor Baggio is saying that that's right. So we need to keep going. And these speeches has to be on time. So I'll call first Professor Wellington Verson de Souza. He works in the Brazilian Chamber of Culture of Amazonas State. Well, as we say in Amazonas, so here I am. Juvita prepared the dish because we're going to eat it. Members of IOV, I'm pleased to be here. I represent here the Amazonas State and talk about the ethnicities, the cultural diversity that abroad this country. All of you that are invited from distant countries. As you can see here, we have this eclectic world of lots of diversity, and Amazonas State is really rich on that. I'd like to thank IOV to represent Amazonas State and the Manaus, city of Manaus. The popular culture brings us the social, educational, and folklorical aspects, which is connected to religion, geography, and history. So, I developed the carnival in Manaus City, and today I work as a teacher in the university, doing lots of folklorical presentation. As here we have voice, I had to say goodbye, saying that the folklore of the Amazonas State is rich, but this heart loves the culture of Rio Grande do Sul State. I danced for this typical dance for 12 years. And I'd like to ask permission to say goodbye, dancing and interpreting a gaúcho version. Agora vai falar poema.
Largaste o pampa imortal, nutrilixadas chilenas, eis a pampa,
He's not speaking on the microphone. We cannot hear it.
Obrigada, professor.
Thank you, Professor Wellington.
Na sequência,
now
vou chamar o Valentim
I'll call Valentim Nota, which is the president of the Youth IOV Argentina, to comment about his work.
E lembrando que você agora assumiu mais desafio.
So now we have a challenge. I hope it will be well succeeded. Yes, it will. Good afternoon, everybody. It's an honor to be here with you and talk about my culture. I'll be brief. I know that the history I could develop it more, but for me, I'd like to tell everything, my origins and everything, but we don't have this time. So, but I'd like to tell you something about it. Well, first of all, I would like to localize myself. I come from Santa Fe province, a small city called El Trevo, with 20,000 inhabitants, which is in the red spot in Santa Fe province in Argentina, a country located in South America. Talking about the culture, diversity, that I want to talk to you about it. I'd like to bring two important things. The first of one is that the culture and its diversity, it's a principle of openness, tolerance with all this community in the world, not only locally in the country, but as I can talk to you nowadays, and that you can hear me and understand. We have to have a dialogue between cultures, and this is possible thanks to diversity. If not, we would never could relate it. And on the other hand, this is about lots of people, not only those that I'm going to talk about, but all of us that are part of this culture. Well, to talk about a little bit about how is Argentina culture, we'll divide in three periods: the colonial, independent, and the actual. The first one, it's when the Spanish came to our territory, they conquered us. The Argentine territory had some Indian people in there that have their own culture, independent and original culture. And there was a spread all about the territory. When the conquerors came in, they reached from Buenos Aires port. They communicated with the rest of the territory, but they left some regions that was kept by indigenous dominion, as Patagonia, Chaco region, that nowadays show these Aboriginal roots that really represent these people. And although they're not there anymore because of the Spanish power, they could stood up for a long time. And we have to mention that for this period, the African slaves came in, that brought their culture. There is yet present in some parts of our country. After that, we came to the independent period, end of 19th century, due to some economical, political, and social questions. Lots of immigrants, mainly Italians and Spanish, to our territory. Thanks to the trains, they could get to all parts of the territory and work on them. As the territory was really big, the government invited, in a way, the immigrants to come to work and to work on the land. And in this process, the cultures got in and were established, and they influenced what we're talking about, the settlement period, the indigenous and Spanish roots, and they mixed to make people more rich culturally speaking. From the place where I came, in Santa Fe province, we have a big influence, Italian influence. Most of our people come from Piemonte, from Italy, so we have our habits, our language, which is always really present. And thanks to the trains, they got to the land where I was born. And although it was not really good for agriculture, they were dedicated because you can use this land, and so they end up working there and being successful. Apart from the work, our culture had also its roots, our costumes, food, language, which are different aspects that impact of what we had in Argentina, that creates a new culture, which I came from, especially in my region, is how things work. I would also like to comment about this mix of European and American cultures. And this picture below here, it's an image that belongs to my family. Between these kids that are going to have this Argentina traditional dance, which is where is my grandma with 8 years old. She was in a rural school, and that's an evidence that her parents were Italian. The sense of an Argentinian people were there, and it was transmitted at the schools. Here I have my family tree to tell you about my roots. My family came from different places of the world, and here we have our identity. Now, talking about the immigration that got into our country, I have to mention the Latin American people that selected our country to live in, and they are sharing and loving this country as we local people do, and they contributed to a new wave of diversification of our culture. Although they are kind of close communities, but I believe that we can imagine a little bit how it will be in the future, because the history has shown us what can happen if they open themselves and share their culture and then form a new culture. And to end it up, I would like to mention all these ethnicities that compound my country, Argentina, and from those I'm proud of being part. Now, Professor Graziella Pons, IOV Argentina President, would you like to come to talk? Yeah, just complementing Valentin's presentation.
Me está diciendo 3 minutos.
I'll talk about 3 minutes. So in 3 minutes, I can talk that I can say that my life started through 2 parallel paths. For one, familiar history that I heritated from where I was born. They were musicians, dancers, artists, painters. And this had conducted me since my childhood to imagine my life in a stage with a piano, but the other line, which was parallel, had to do with my profession as a teacher. And at some point of the path of these 2 parallel lines, they have joined, and then it really exploded with lots of years in my shoulder, and it has to be with the job I'm doing too. And Valentin, that is one of our students, and I'm talking about the mix of the popular culture that they have a wide ethnic range that possess the knowledge, elderly people that live and tell histories, they talk about it, and this has exploded in the art, this 2 path, because how does the artist get its nutrition? By its own practical, by his life and his experience, and it has to be with all the knowledge, because the far knowledge are in the books. An African anthropologist tells that when an elderly person dies without telling everyone his knowledge, is like a library that gets burned, and we have to boost these libraries to convert them into art, and that at this point these 2 paths get together. And nowadays I can tell you that I work with children from 5 up to elderly people of 90 years old, and between generations they are fed with art, and it has its identity, because if not, we won't be, and we will only do. And we're not talking about doing, we must be. My work is art with identity. So the 3 minutes has gone. Thank you a lot. I have 1 more minute here. They're telling me here. Being part of IOV for me, when I'm telling about me, not me myself, it's a working team, an excellent team, a team of teachers that some are elderly, some work with children, with artists. To be in organizations as IOV makes it real, not only spaces and times like today here with all of you, sharing our experiences
pero cuando volvamos a nuestros
that we have today and we can notice, but when we go back home, we understand that we have learned a lot from each other. And the pleasure to come with a youth guy that is only 17 and he decides to transit from his familiar history to talk about cultural diversity. So thank you, teachers, Valentin that he has joined me. Thank you.
Nós que estamos organizando aqui também ficamos com o coração apertado, porque a gente gostaria de ouvir muito de todos.
We are organizing this here. We'd like to hear all of you. It's hard for us, but let's keep going.
O próximo é o Fábio.
So next one is Fábio Lessa from Cai Balão Institute.
Lembrando, depois o professor Baggio pode...
Later, Professor Baggio can give you better information. But after that, we're going to have free time to walk on the park, and at 7 o'clock, at Ethnic stage, the IOV moment will take part. Some artists will be presenting there. Is that right, Clayton? No, maybe we'll see if it's going to be today or tomorrow. We're just arranging things. Thank you, Fábio. Hi. Good afternoon, everybody. First of all, I'd like to thank you. So thank you, IOV. In the behalf of our president, our Brazilian president here, Clayton, to provide us this experience, which is really important in our culture in Ceará State. My name is Fábio Lessa, Cai Balão Institute President. The Cai Balão Institute. It came from a Brazilian typical party called Festa Junina. It's the biggest popular manifestation in Ceará State. And we have the child dancing called Cai Balão. That made this project an institute to boost the activities in our community, which is in Pirambu neighborhood. It's in Fortaleza city. It goes take out ocean side. It was considered the biggest favela in the world, and it's a neighborhood like the other one, poor children, and on popular culture we have the transformation of these children. I'm an example, but when I started dancing I was 7 years old, and today I'm the president. The dancing group has 42 years and the institute 20. Because we wanted to provide a wider range of the activities. And as I was talking about the dancing group, we are considered the oldest dancing group in Ceará State, and it was recognized by the Council Chamber of the state, and we're searching all the time in all of our work to involve children in all research process, assembling the choreography, picking the songs, dancing, putting them to be part of the project, and the final product, which is our presentation, we present that theme chosen every year. This photo that you see is this year's. This year was about the fishermen, the children that are there in our sea, beautiful sea, and our headquarters is in front of the sea. So we done it for the children of the fishermen and joining the religion Iemanjá. If you want to watch it, just put it in internet, Cai Balão 2022. So please come with me on the claps.
Se o sonho menino me quiser levar, nas asas do vento pelo céu voar, é de toda cor o meu coração, pela fantasia desse São João, sou uma estrela a iluminar. Essa música é uma música feita pelo Cascareta.
This song was done by Cascareta, one of the greatest composers of our state.
E aí aumentar o leque de atividades da
And then we want to have more activities. We want to work on the 3 cycles that we could spend the whole year with the children. Also, our community, as I said, it's a vulnerable community. I couldn't let them for a month out of the project because something could happen. Unfortunately, during the pandemics, we couldn't gather in person, so when we got back, we have to rescue them, these youth people, within the group, because unfortunately, we couldn't be present in person. And this is about Christmas. We've done some research. We work with Dila Costa, which is a master's in culture. So we end the Christmas cycle, and then we have 1 month, and then we start the folklore, and then we start the rehearsals for the Christmas. And then, in parallel to the Christmas, we have the percussion workshop, dancing workshops. Apart the name of Kai Kai Balão, we use the name Pirambu, which is the name of the neighborhood, and the fish, and the name is that we are on the streets of Pirambu. We're walking on there, dancing, and teaching kids to play instruments. We do it up to the carnival, and then after that we start the cycle for the June parties. Is that it's a cycle? I know that my time is up. I'd like to talk more. Thank you for your attention. That's it.
Já perambulamos hoje com você, fazendo aquela roda.
So we've been with you in this path. Now I'd like to call Patricia Orozco, who is the president of IOV Mexico, to talk about her experience in this beautiful country.
Ay Dios, me queda un poquito alto esto. Déjenme acomodar.
Oh my God, it's kind of high for me here. Hello everybody, my name is Patricia Orozco. I came from Jalisco, the tequila land and the mariachi land. Thank you for your invitation. So I'm gonna present a video that I would like you to see while I'm speaking here. Thank you a lot for the invitation to the second assembly. Assembly, I like when we can gather and talk to each other and preserve our heritage and all other interests. The best is that I take you guys on my heart, the friendship. What I like the most in these trips, I learn a lot from all countries, their culture, traditions that I'm doing here today. I would like to invite you to see the oldest traditions in my country that happens every year on November the 2nd, the Party of the Dead. One of the parties that the live celebrate the dead. Yeah, we do. Gathering with flowers, food, party, lots of colors. Everybody gathers in this party in the state of Michoacán, all families. They celebrate the dead in the cemeteries, not only in some cities, but more than 20 Indian people, for sure, in other states of Mexico also. They follow this tradition as Jalisco, the state where I come from. In each of the tombs, they put decoration, colorful papers, a picture of the dead, food, cigarettes, and devices that the person that has gone liked. And of course, we put also the flower of Chapalchuquit. It's a peculiar smell and flower. Some path, they conducted the dead to celebrate with us. At the dawn, the families wait to live with the dead, and you have to be there. And for this, in the October 28th, we are doing a project called Humanity Fair that will recreate a cemetery full of music, mariachi, flowers, but not only celebrating the Mexican way, as we are an university, multicultural university, we will always present some different ways of how to celebrate death in other countries in the world. It's a great event, and I'd like you to join me at 7 p.m. at Mexico on the October 29th, and you can join me. That's the wrong date in there. But it's 28th at 7 p.m. I'd like to share this video. You can see it fastly of what we see, so you have the opportunity to access and see closely what we do and what we do in the university. It's one of the projects so that we can pass to the new generation the traditions that we have in Mexico. And now, Smart, thank you very much. I'd like to see you in Mexico soon. And our tequila, our dancing, thank you, Ijuí, thank you.
Professora. Está nos nossos planos visitar o México. Vamos visitar.
Well, yeah, we are going to visit. I'm going to call Professor Fernanda Colic, President of the Youth IOV of Brazil, to talk about her experience at IOV, or the IOV experience.
Olá, boa tarde a todos.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Fernanda.
Sou professora.
I am a professor, pedagogy, and I'm currently the president of the youth committee of IOV Brazil, and I'm very happy to be participating of all the actions, especially when we talk about actions geared towards the youth. And the youth committee is part with the children's youth committee. So this has been a very important, very significant movement. We also have about 40 children and youth affiliated all over Brazil. And when this committee has get together, we are part of a family, because we need to foster this thing of belonging, especially to our kids and our youth. We know that our country is a continental country with different cultures all over, because we have the influence of different ethnicities, and it's really important for us that within our own country, we get to know the other regions. So the IOV Youth Committee, when we talk about, when we do meetings, this exchange of experiences also encourages children and youngsters to continue practicing popular culture. We know that popular culture in Brazil sometimes is seen as a lower type of art. Sometimes it's not really well recognized, and sometimes we lose like biddings for the fostering of our activities. So preparing this committee is for our young people to position themselves in a way where they can act. And today, in the end of the day, we are going to have our youth meeting where we are gonna write the document emphasizing the importance of children and young people participating of it, because it's really good for us to see the final product, but we must need to plant the seeds and to give continuity to all the little plants that are growing. We are very happy to be here. Thanks for having me, and thank you all. I'm going to call Rosa Carolina dos Santos Pires. She is from Brasilia. She's a researcher of June Festival. Of the June Festival. She's going to talk a little bit about the experience of being part of the post-graduation course of Ijuí, the University of Ijuí. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Rosa Carolina. I'm a teacher. I'm a folk artist, and today I am part of the post-graduation course from University of Ijuí. It's a privilege of being part of this family, the first group of post-graduation of Ijuí. I'm coming from Brasília, the Federal District of Brazil, to visit Ijuí, the city of Ijuí. And it's a privilege to be part of the post-graduation course. I'm the only student of the Federal District here. The post-graduation is, in my opinion, a kind of meeting between theory and practice. We must validate, us as students, we must validate the practice and the theory. And there is a big difference, diversity of contents, debates, reports during the classes. And it's an honor to be part of the Ijuí family. Through this post-graduation course, I'm coming from Brasília, and I'm amazed and I'm emotional to be able to appreciate all the richness that we have here in our state, in this state, I mean. And I believe that during this walk that we are going to be doing during these days, it's going to be really important, because after this I'm gonna write an article. It hasn't been easy to get here, because my art final dissertation itself has been nominated for a master's, doctor's degree. So I'm sure that I am in the best possible place to research the June Festival movement. During many years, I participated of the June Festival, and I could realize there that our culture is so rich, and we can kind of rescue children and young people that are living in the streets, or they're through dances and folklore. I meet Since I was 3 years old, I kind of carve wood, and I'm also a ballerina. I dance Arabic folk music, and I also created a project for my mom, which is she's a craftswoman, and if I'm here today is because of her and my project. It's called Hands That Rock the Cradle, the Dreams, hands that create, that make things grow and strengthen, such as Mother Nature. So we work since recycling, since the treatment of recyclable materials until the final product. It's garbage that becomes a luxury. So it's a pleasure to be here. And I will say even more that I feel like strong with this mission for my state to foster for the federal district to foster young people and children, folk arts and popular arts. And thank you very much to all of you. I'm going to call Rony Silva, who is the artist that did that presentation before lunchtime. He's going to talk a little bit about how he started this artistic and cultural movement, his work.
Olá, boa tarde a todos.
Good afternoon. I would like to thank everybody that's here, IOV Brazil, Clayton, the president, for the invitation. My work, you could see it with the Curupira. But my name is Rony Silva. I'm 27 years old. I'm a pedagogic teacher. I reside in Marajó Island at the state of Pará. It's been a pleasure being here because of my creation. I come from a needy family, and I always enjoyed dance and performance arts, and through my dance and artistic painting and audiovisual arts, I kind of brought all these things together. I used to go to the woods all the time to get leaves from trees and wood pieces to do my accessories. And with all of that, I was kind of doing arts and recyclable materials. I also create accessories. I'm renewing myself. I'm finding myself with artistic paint. And through a depression because of the pandemic, I had anxiety and panic attacks. And to get out of all of that, I used art forms. And I'm here to show my work. My history is really hard, but if I am here is because God wanted to, and because arts kind of rescued me. And when I started posting my work online, everything started changing. One of Marajoara Island work arts kind of amazed people. It's one of the best most beautiful islands in Brazil, and people could see forms of art that had some national outreach. Nowadays, we are even abroad, reaching other lives, other experiences abroad. And my work is to bring the knowledge from the elderly. I always talk to my grandparents and the elderly, so they can tell me, they can help me with knowledge, so I can give this knowledge to younger people. So I would like to thank the opportunity of being here presenting my work. Thank you. I'm going to call Professor Anderson Freitas, the president of IOV Youth, Global Youth, to talk about his experience.
Boa tarde a todos.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Todo mundo já me conhece, né?
Everybody knows me now.
Bom, eu gostaria de passar
I would like
o nosso trabalho que já foi registrado
to show our study, our paper that has been registered on Instagram, and I would like to invite you to follow us on Instagram. It's in English, IOV World Youth.
Pode jogar lá para baixo na primeira, por favor?
Please scroll down. Our first work, it's down there. It was the meeting.
Bom, enquanto arruma, gostaria de dizer que
while I fix that, I would like to say that I would like to have half of the adding capacity that Clayton and Fabrício had. If I only have half of that, it's big enough. I also would like to show you the images in a way. How can we integrate young people with less than 35 years old? They are online nowadays, right, Rony? So I count with everybody's help, so we are able to get inside these people's homes through their mobiles, reach their heads, and disseminate our folk arts, our Instagram. Everything we do is registered in our Instagram. Everything started with an ethnic group meeting at Nova Petrópolis, and during the pandemic, because we talk a lot about dancing. Folk group, everybody thinks about dancing, but I want to demystify this paradigm. So the first work we did during the pandemic was to present handcrafts, artistics, plastic ones, paintings, images, everything that was handmade. So we had the participation of many countries: Mexico, Georgia, Italy. Our second work done during the pandemic was Your Culture Talks, like. So the first meeting between folk arts, celebrating also the 40th anniversary of IOV. Presentation of people from Pará, Piauí also. A folk meeting that was online. Our ambassador, Margarete Menezes. You can go up a little bit. Go back. A drawing showcase was the title of our first work. And who did it was a friend of Patrícia Orozco. She was a representative of Mexico, Debbie. And then you can follow, you can go through, you can see the many works sent by Italy, Mexico, Argentina, China. And that's how we started Your Culture Talks. If you click on that gray image, you can see the details. And we've done that together with Giovanni, who is a friend of Fabrício. He prepared a carbonara, which is a type of pasta with bacon and eggs. That one was done with the Georgia lady, Mexico, Portugal. The visit when we visited Rio de Janeiro, and we visited the samba school of Acadêmicos do Salgueiro. The youth, the young people in Rio dance amazingly. Dance samba in an amazing way. So that's the second assembly of IOV of Americas. All the content, live videos have been posted. Every one of you that follow us will be marked. We are reposting already. Thank you.
Vou chamar agora então a professora Verônica.
We are going to call Professor Verônica Inaciola. She's a science PhD student. She's going to talk a little bit about intangible heritage and a study done inside the Folia de Reis dance. It's a type of folk dance. Depois.
Pode colocar o slide, por favor. Então, eu vou fazer o seguinte, como ele só
I'm gonna do something. As I only have 3 minutes, I cannot even talk. Let me just present myself. I'm Professor, which is my favorite title. I'm Professor Verônica Inaciola, and in fact, is Inaciola, which is, I use the Brazilian way of saying Inaciola. And I did a study during 20 years in a municipality in the metropolitan region of Rio de Janeiro. This municipality is extremely with very poor, and it's a municipality that has 1,300,000 inhabitants, 228 kilometers with 1.3 million people living there. I was born in Rio. I live in Niterói. Nowadays, I'm a world citizen. I studied in Pernambuco. I live in Rio. That's how I took my experience to my PhD studies to Pernambuco. I reside in Rio, and my husband went there to work and I kind of retired, and then I'm doing this experience now. And what took me to IOV was this São Gonçalo job that I did. I was going to talk about intangible heritage, but all the lecturers have done that, and I want to congratulate Professor Ana for the amazing conference about the diasporas of the world, because our language nowadays has to be this one, so there are no borders between different cultures. We have been receiving more and more people from all over the world through diaspora, either through war contingency, and in the case of the Folhões de Reis, the dance people, they are kind of migrants also. They arrived from the countryside of the state to leave the metropolitan area of Rio. And we know what is the metropolitan region of Rio. It's a very difficult region. We have many different conflicts, drug trafficking, different religions. It's not new to anyone. It's a very it has high social conflicts in this metropolitan area of Rio. So I'm taking this to my doctor's degree. I'm not taking only my city, I'm taking the metropolitan region of Rio, because in this book called Folia de Reis in São Gonçalo, a Brotherhood and Heritage, these are the groups of Folia de Reis. They have migrated from the countryside, and nowadays they live in the city. They left the rural people, agricultural people, to be men that are working in the metropolitan region, because this tradition that founded the Folia de Reis groups in Brazil, it was like medieval Catholicism that gave the foundations for these religions, where all the Jesuitic priests presented this religion to everybody through theater and dance. It was really interesting. And it's about that. So this work I've been doing during 16 years, picked, no, I kind of collect data, I did some research. It's a very conflicting, populated city, but it has got a lot of potential. So then we go to the outskirts, and when you are in a public power, you have the obligation to search for, to investigate the potential regarding culture. If I am a woman that I'm working with culture, I must know the roots of this culture, because Darcy Ribeiro mentioned when he was lying in a hospital bed that he was a fulfilled person, because in spite of him contributing a lot for culture, he also helped to create universities. The bird of culture is balanced because he built the samba drum, and he built the indigenous culture, and the popular culture is the root, and all the cities have got it, all the people have got it, and there are no borders because of all of that. This is why Professor Ana mentioned here in the conference. Thank you. Thank you, Ana, for such a beautiful lecture. I felt very happy about it and flattered. You can go back and pass it on again. We kind of raised all this data, I showed the city, and we brought all of that together. We have the biggest carpet done in the Corpus Christi celebration in the city. We have the Folia de Reis dances, and nowadays I'm taking to the university. I'm kind of leaving São Gonçalo and going to Itaboraí in the region. And I'm also going to Rio, in the Mangueira Hill, where there is not only samba, but they also have a Folia de Reis, the Sacred Family of Mangueira. And we are going to find out why these traditions, they keep going in regions that are highly conflicted. So what are the narratives that take these people that came from the countryside to continue their practices? So I say that Folia de Reis is a religion, in spite of being a folk culture. But why is it still going in a place that has so many conflicts and challenges, and also a religious place that has disputes? We are suffering kind of prejudice nowadays regarding this, and I am very impressed about Itaboraí. Just play the video, please, to show how this folia has been renewing itself, and I'm very impressed by the last festival I have been and how children have been actively participating. How the children are more and more present in this type of festivals. It will show that these groups in these regions have a lot of youth and children, and it's sacred. They are manifesting. So the sacred is manifesting itself through the singing. They are artists, like devout, like artists. Thank you. This is the book. Please buy it.
Alô. Infelizmente,
So,
né, temos que ir cortando.
we have
Mas
to
dia ainda
stop
faremos
here.
seminário de
But one
2
day
meses
we'll do a
seguidos.
2-month seminar.
Assim todo mundo vai ter tempo
So everybody
ótimo para
will
falar.
have an optimal time
Bom,
to
agora
speak.
chegou a minha vez.
Now it's my turn.
Eu não queria ficar aqui na frente do Clerto para ele
I wouldn't
ficar
like to be
do
here in
lado pra
front
ele me
of
cutucar,
Lighton,
mas eu vou ser bem breve.
but I'll be really fast.
Tá bom, obrigada. Você pode pôr a minha apresentação, por
Would
favor?
you please show my presentation, please?
O Clerto pediu para eu
So
falar sobre a
Cleto asked
comissão
me to talk
acadêmica.
about the academic
É uma pena a professora Marlene não
committee.
estar
It's a
aqui,
pity
porque ela
Professor
seria a
Marlene is not
pessoa
here because she would be the indicated
para
one
falar sobre a
to
comissão
talk
que
about the
ela
committee
criou
that she has
junto com
created
outros
with
membros
other
da
members,
IOV.
with
Mas vou
other
tentar falar
IOV members. But I'll
sobre
try to talk a little
esse
bit
trabalho que ela
about this work that
iniciou
she
e a
has
sequência
started
que nós
and the
estamos,
sequence that we are
fazendo
doing
com bastante carinho.
with our heart.
Não está a comissão acadêmica? Acho que está Ijuí. A Luísa salvou. Achou? Pode passar o primeiro, por favor.
Next
Bom,
one, please.
a Comissão Acadêmica e Pedagógica surgiu realmente da
Pedagogical Academic Committee
dessa formação mais acadêmica
appear because of the necessity of this more academical formation within IOV. And the objective was a reflection of the themes connected to the cultural manifestations. And people that are part of the academical committee are IOV members, researchers, masters, specialists in folklore areas,
e de vários estados brasileiros.
Folk culture and several Brazilian states.
As atribuições da comissão, né?
The attributions of the committee
de publicações,
is to
artigos, textos, resultados de
publish
pesquisas, todos esses temas
through
relacionados
texts,
à cultura
results
popular.
of researches,
E
all of
divulgar
this
através
regarding
de palestras, cursos,
popular
oficinas,
culture, and
estudos,
to publish through workshops, studies,
temas sempre relacionados ao
all
folclore
issues
mesmo,
related
né?
to the folklore
E
itself.
propor
And
atividades
to
pedagógicas e
propose
educacionais
educational and pedagogical
com os
activities
membros da IOV
with
e o
IOV
público em
members
geral,
and
para
public
que
in
a
general,
gente consiga manter
so that
essa
we can
continuidade
keep this
dos saberes
continuity
e das
of the
tradições
knowledge
populares.
and the traditional
A
and
estrutura
popular
da
traditions.
comissão, ela tem
The structure of the
membro que é
committee, there's
responsável
one
pela
member there
coordenação
is
dos
in charge of the
trabalhos
coordination
e as
of the
atividades
works
internas
and
da
internal
comissão,
activities
para a presidência da IOV Brasil.
to
Né? Os outros membros
IOV
são
Brazil
permanentes,
president. The other
da
members
instituição também,
are
num
permanent
total
in the
de 8
institution,
membros.
totalizing
No momento,
8
eu sou a
members.
coordenadora, né? Fiquei no lugar da
Nowadays, I'm
professora
the
Marley.
coordinator
E para
in
ser
place
membro
of
da
Professor
comissão acadêmica,
Marlene,
a pessoa
and
tem
to
que
be
ter perfil,
a member
né, de conhecer
of
as
this committee.
metodologias,
The profile is to know
os
the
assuntos,
methodologies,
os
the
temas,
issues,
ter algum artigo
the
publicado,
topic, to have
ter algum
some
trabalho
article
científico
published, any
e
scientific
projetos para darmos
study and projects,
continuidade a esse tipo de formação.
so we can
Nós,
keep this
a necessidade dessa
training. The necessity of the
comissão
formation of the committee is exactly
Temos dentro da IOV
because inside IOV we have lots of groups, lots of dancing festivals,
atores, cantores,
actors,
mas
singers,
faltava,
but
assim,
there was a lack
pouco do embasamento mais
of a
teórico e uma
theoretical
pesquisa mais
basis
aprofundada, né?
and a more deep investigation.
Né,
some of the actions of the committee, from 3 to 13 to 16 February, we have the Youth Congress in Nova Petrópolis City. There is a picture in there.
Fizemos o ciclo de palestras online na época da pandemia.
Online cycle speech. Several people participated. Professor Paula has participated in this course also. There was a formation course. There were more than 90 people working online. All of them got their certificate. For some courses, the students can consider these hours for their university courses. In October 2020, we have the celebration of the Ijuí ethnical party. There was an online event. And from it, it came up the possibility for us to be here. The post-graduation course, this partnership with IOV, with Ijuí, there was a great step in the study of the popular culture. This course is really relevant. Lots of students, the first of many, that I believe it's working really well.
Aconteceu também na cidade de Passo Fundo.
And it took place in Passo Fundo City, another activity of the academical committee. There was a meeting of education and identity. Within the festival, there was supposed to be only a dancing festival, but as requested by Passo Fundo City Hall, we had this partnership, and we had there lots of activities connected to the formation of public,
várias outras questões mais pedagógicas mesmo.
And several pedagogical questions. And yesterday I talked to people from Passo Fundo. I believe that for next year, right, Cleto, they will be waiting for us to continue this work there. Here we have some photos, people speaking, the group, Luciane that is here too, Clerton, and all
da equipe da IOV,
IOV staff, the girl from Pará.
A Natália estava presente
Natalia was there too.
Nesse evento que foi maravilhoso, marcou uma participação importantíssima da IOV.
It was a really great participation of IOV in this Passo Fundo meeting.
Pode passar mais uma vez. Aqui o trabalho com as escolas.
Here we have the work with the schools.
Também lá em Passo Fundo.
Also in Passo Fundo.
Outras fotos.
Some other pictures, and he's showing me the clock.
Lá em Passo Fundo também
there in Passo Fundo also, we had this meeting with Professor Baggio, Clerton, and Laírton, where they settled some ideas for this meeting that we are here today.
Aí está, né, a Assembleia.
Here you have the assembly with all the Americas participation, people from Europe. It's really important for us, this partnership, and I hope it's the first one from many. Thank you, Professor. I really enjoyed coming to Ijuí. And the goals now for the continuity of the academical production. Next one, please. We would like to conduct another cycle of speech that really worked. The elaboration of some meetings and seminars and courses. I would like to encourage the countries that has no academical committees yet. Just create them. It's not easy. It's not hard. Just have to will to do it. We're here to help you. And I believe that's a really important step within the organization.
Muito obrigada. Estão os contatos.
Thank you.
Quem
Here you have
quiser
the contacts.
informações
If
maiores,
you
pode entrar
need
em
some
contato
detailed
com o
information,
Clerton
just contact Professor
ou
Clerton
diretamente comigo, que
or
passarei as
directly with me,
informações
that I'll
de como criar
provide you
essa
information on how
ferramenta.
create this
Eu
tool
acredito muito que é uma
that I believe
ferramenta
that is a
importantíssima
really
dentro da
important
nossa
tool
associação.
within our
Muito obrigada.
association. Thank you.
Professor Bajo
Professor
agora vai
Bajo now
dar alguns recados importantes aqui para a condução do restante do nosso
to give you some information about the rest of our day.
Primeiramente, muito obrigado.
First of all, thank
Lilian.
you, Lilian.
Não te conhecia como coordenadora.
I didn't know you were a
aprendi algumas
coordinator.
coisas, viu?
I've learned something.
Tá contratado.
Okay.
Ok. Pessoal,
so
nós queremos agradecer
people would like
a
to
todos vocês que
thank
participaram aqui.
everybody
Fiquei
that
bem
are
atento,
here.
muito interessante.
I was really aware. It's really interesting.
E gostaria, inclusive,
And I would like
de ter uma
to
indicação
have
do contato, pois no ano que vem a
I'd have
gente
to
vai
get
fazer
the
de
contact,
novo,
but
inclusive
because
nós
next
vamos
year we're
fazer
doing
durante
this
o
again,
ano,
including
em
we're
finais de semanas, encontros
doing
específicos internacionais
along the
por
year.
etnia.
On the
Então,
weekends, we do some special
se vocês
meetings
me derem esse
for each
contato,
ethnicity.
eu fico muito
If you give me this
satisfeito, com
contact,
certeza
I'll
a
be
gente
really
vai se encontrar.
satisfied, and for sure we'll meet.
Inclusive, ali, vocês da Argentina, gostaria de ter
you guys
contato
from
de
Argentina,
vocês,
I'd like to have
pra
your
gente
contact,
se falar.
so
Santa
we
Fé, né?
can talk. Santa Fe, right?
Lá em Santa Fé. Digo
Yes,
vocês
Santa
também.
Fe.
Tá.
And you
Bom,
guys too.
em segundo lugar, rapidamente.
Secondly,
agora vocês podem visitar os palcos,
now
principalmente dois
you
palcos.
can visit
Vocês
the stages.
almoçaram ontem nos italianos.
Yesterday you
Então, o
had
palco
lunch
das
at the
etnias
Italian,
é na
and
frente
so the
dos italianos.
ethnic
Vão ver uma obra espetacular.
stage is in front
E
of the
o palco
Italian,
Mundo,
and
vocês
the
sobem aqui,
Mondo
primeira
stage,
rua
you
direita,
go up here first on
perto
your
da
right,
casa austríaca
near
e
the
dos portugueses.
Austrian and Portuguese
Tá?
houses.
Bom, essa
Well,
noite,
tonight,
às 19h30, né?
at
Ou 15,
7:30
19h30,
p.m.,
nós vamos jantar na
we'll
casa dos
have dinner
gaúchos.
at the
Vai ter
Gaucho's house.
churrasco de gado, de
We're
porco,
gonna have a
de...
barbecue.
Aqui assim, ó. Aqui, logo aqui. Logo aqui, ok?
Yeah, it's over there, it's over there.
Então vocês vão ver as tradições,
So
vai
you
ter
see the
apresentação de
traditions,
gaúcho.
the Gaucho's
Quem quiser ir
presentation.
lá, quem quiser
If you want
também ir outra
to
casa,
come
pode
there,
ir.
if you want to go home, that's
E
okay.
nós às 18h30,
And at
aliás,
6:30,
18h30, né, o Pio Bezan?
Is that right, Pio Vezan?
Os corais.
The
Às
chorus.
18h30 tem
6:30
no Palco Mundo
at
o
the
encontro de corais.
stage,
Quem quiser então participar,
Mondo stage, the meeting of
também
the
tem
chorus.
espetáculo
So
muito
if you want
bonito.
to join, it's
Às
really wonderful.
20h30,
At 8:30,
os árabes, a casa árabe
the
que fica
Arabic
logo
house
antes do
that
Palco
is
Mundo,
just
está
before
convidando
the
vocês,
Mondo
que vai
stage
ter
is
espetáculo
inviting
de
you,
danças que é
that you're gonna
formidável,
have the
inclusive com
dancing
premiações
performance
de quem quiser
with
apreciar.
some prizes
Ok?
if you wanna go.
E isso é tudo, né? Acho que vai até às 11 horas, né?
And
Às
this,
23
I
horas,
guess it
essas
goes up
apresentações,
to
ok?
11 o'clock,
Sinta-se à
right? These
vontade.
presentations, feel free.
O ônibus está marcado
The
para as
bus
23 horas aqui
is
na frente, que nem
at 11
sempre,
o'clock,
e
right in
vocês
front
se
of
sintam
here,
livre,
and just feel free
para visitar,
to
falar,
visit, to
tomar,
talk, to
etc,
drink,
tá?
and etc.
Está marcado
It
para
is
nós
scheduled
depois de lá pelas tantas,
for us
meia-noite.
at midnight,
O
maybe.
Dr. Fabrício vai
Dr.
tocar gaita,
Fabrício,
depois do terceiro
we're
litro
gonna
de vinho,
play an
ele
instrument, have the
sozinho
third
vai
liter of wine.
cantar,
He will
ela vai, Fabrício.
cantar and
Ok.
sing, right,
Vamos
Fabrício?
então, muito obrigado para vocês.
Let's go
Quem
then.
quiser
Thank you,
alguma
everybody. If you
informação,
need
está
any
aqui a
information, Luisa is
secretária,
here.
está aqui o pessoal
To the
da área
secretary,
internacional,
people from the
para
international
vocês,
area.
Então, poderem fazer.
So you can
Clerton, acho que você vai vir
go
aqui.
anywhere. Clerton, do you want to come here?
Que hora? 19. Os jovens
So,
de 35 anos,
the
parece que agora, né?
35-year-old
Então,
youth.
os jovens, vocês, às 19 horas aqui
At
com o Clerton.
7 p.m.
E ele vai
with Clerton,
distribuir dinheiro,
he'll
parece que é dólar,
distribute
se não
some
me engano.
money, maybe
Ok?
dollars, if I'm not
Vejo
mistaken.
vocês. Um abraço,
Okay, see you soon.
doutora, professora,
Doctor,
muito obrigado de novo,
professor,
ok? Pelo seu trabalho.
Thank you again for your work.
Para frente.
Let's keep going.
if I saw you in heaven. I must be strong and carry on, 'cause I know I don't belong here in heaven. Oh, would you hold my hand if I saw you in heaven? Would you help me stand if I saw you in heaven?